Discovery, go at throttle up. Discovery, go at throttle up. Discovery, go at throttle up. Discovery, go at throttle up.
Welcome to the Space and Rocket Review. Space and Rocket Review. YouTube chats. Tell your friends. And it's Membi's night at the EJSA Control. Space and Rocket Review. What's going on, everybody? How you doing? What? Stop looking at me like that. That's strange. How are you guys doing? I actually have some pretty interesting space news here. Yeah, big moves by SpaceX. Yeah. Iblated J. How are you? I'm good. How are you? Yeah, we just played some City. Sorry, I was a little bit behind coming back. I opened, so okay, let me give everybody a little bit of a primer before. I was a little bit late because I was a little bit late for the first stream today, for Cities today, because I guess the wind from the storms or something broke my screen door, and the screen door was kind of like bent and overlapping, and every time you had to like force it open, every time you force it open, it made a loud bang. Titan did not like that, and he got really scared and hid under the bed shivering. So, I had to call the vet and make sure I didn't, inadvertently incapacitate my dog. No, they said he's just scared. That's fine. So I was a little bit late trying for the stream, getting that all ready to go. And then I went to the grocery store too on top of that. That's another story. And I was walking down to go check on Bree and the dog again. And Bree took the dog out for a quick outside place session. I'm trying not to say the word. And he got really scared. He got really scared again because the door wasn't still fixed. So the dog was really scared and hiding under the bed, and I don't like seeing my dog upset. So I walked back up to the shop. I got my angle grinder and my face shield and hearing protection out and proceeded to zip the piece of the screen door off that was causing issues, because I don't like seeing my doggo upset. So I zipped. So I took Space News took a second to start up because I went down to the house with the angle grinder and zipped a piece of my front door screen off. It's all in a day's work. It's fine. It doesn't make the banging noise anymore when you open it. You can't make a banging noise if that part of the door doesn't exist. I brought a face shield. Yeah, face shield and some hearing protection. Yearly shave? Yep. So how about them pats? Nope. That is the farthest thing that I want to talk about. Yep, face the wall door, or face the door. Anyway, yeah, so now that will never happen again because I zipped, like, it was there was like a sleeved piece of metal. Like, if this is the screen door, there's a sleeved piece of metal, and the metal was kind of bent, and it was bent this way. When you open the door, because it's supposed to be like that, it was bent out. So I just got rid of this piece. I just zipped that off. So now the door the door comes down. It's a little bit of a section and it goes over. It's okay. It's just a screen door. Doesn't matter. So, yeah, kind of a weird trigger for the dog. Yeah. He walking through a doorway with loud noises is what really set him off. And he was like in the corner under the bed like this with his paws like that. He was on the ground like this going, no, I don't like this. And it killed me to see that inside. So I didn't allow it. So I solved the problem with an angle grinder because I don't need my puppy getting sad. Is he gun shy? No, that's the thing, dude. That's what's weird about it. Titan doesn't care about fireworks. He does not care about thunderstorms. He doesn't care about guns. I've experienced all three of those things with him. He does not care. Like, doesn't care. It's just going through, loud noises going through a door. That dog is dead scared of that door now. My guess is that he had a door slammed on him or something in a past life. Yeah, Aqualex, this definitely isn't us. I don't treat animals like that. And if I find the guy if I find the guy that did it, I'm gonna break his legs in Minecraft. Yeah, so very strange stuff coming from the dog. It's definitely something before us, dude. Just like the heartworm is something before us. Pretty sure his previous owners also did not give him any heartworm medication, which is why he has it now, because we did, and he still got heartworm. The Falcon launch with your commentary was a treat the other day. Please do more. You like that, Flavia? All right, good to know. Good to know. Good to know. I will sign up for more as as my schedule pertains. I would like to do more for NSF. Yeah, it's a good time. Sad Taito, give him a big hug when you go back. I will. He's a good boy. He's a good boy, and he had a hard life, and he doesn't deserve this, and it makes me angry to see him sad. So, I was like, you know what? I'm solving this problem now. I don't need to eat anything. I'm solving this problem now. I walked all the way back up here, got the angle grinder, walked back down there, and bye-bye. I was like, stupid door. Not gonna make my dog, you're not gonna make my dog upset. Anyway. Here's a guy on a boat. Feedback on the commentary. Spell out your acronyms earlier in your explanation, please and thanks. For NSF, Nickpaw, or just in general? He's the best boy. That's right. Yeah. Here's a guy on a boat. This is the big space news. Isn't it nice? He's on a boat. That's cool. I don't know if you guys can see it, though. That looks like FaceTime. Looks like he's FaceTiming someone. See that? It looks like he's FaceTiming someone in a very remote part of the jungle. Okay, seriously though, what is this? All right, look. So this is a picture from SpaceX's updates. Take a look at this. This is huge space news. This is a big deal. Okay? So listen up. All right. SpaceX posted this update today. The future of Starlink direct to cell. SpaceX has entered into a purchasing agreement with EchoStar for 50 megahertz of exclusive S-band spectrum in the United States, as well as global mobile satellite service spectrum licenses. Bling! This agreement will enable us to develop and deploy our next generation Starlink direct-to-cell constellation, which will be capable of providing broadband service to cell phones globally. NSF, but also in general. Oglex, generally, it's best to spell out the acronym the first time you use it, though there's a limit to how much you can do live because people are always showing up. Yeah, most of the time that's somebody showing up halfway through an explanation. Yeah, that happens all the time. Anyway. In January 2024, SpaceX began deploying Starlink satellites with direct-to-cell capabilities to eliminate mobile dead zones. At the time, more than 20% of the land area across the United States and 90% of the Earth remained uncovered by terrestrial service. Okay, combos, we get it. Days after launching the first direct-to-cell satellites in 2024, the Starlink team was texting using unmodified cell phones on the ground. By spring, we were demonstrating video calling capabilities. A year and a half later, with more than 600 Starlink DTC direct-to-cell satellites on orbit, the first generation direct-to-cell constellation was successfully deployed, and it's operational across 5 continents. Today, Starlink Direct-to-Cell has become the largest 4G coverage provider on planet Earth, connecting over 6 million users and counting. The Direct-to-Cell constellation connects the broader Starlink constellation, consisting of more than 8,000 satellites, through the Starlink laser mesh, which enables coverage anywhere in the world. Operating at 360 kilometers above the surface of the Earth, DTC satellites fly lower than any other constellation in order to optimize the link between the cell phone and the satellite. Building the constellation to its present form, with its unique regenerative architecture involving designing, manufacturing, launching, and operating cell towers in space, including the development of the system's E-Node B payload, phased array antennas, and core network, which enables network integration similar to a standard roaming partner. Yeah, I don't understand what some of that meant, but I can get the gist of it. The service works with the existing LTE phones wherever you can see the sky. No changes to hardware, firmware, or special apps are required. At the same time, the Starlink team has been working with leading device manufacturers and application developers to enhance the services provided over the satellite network. In addition to basic and multimedia messaging, customers on the Starlink DTC network now have access to apps ranging from social media and messaging platforms like X? Oh, geez. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I wonder why they would mention just... and WhatsApp, too. Okay. To navigation and outdoor essentials like Google Maps, AllTrails, and AccuWeather. Starlink Direct-to-Cell is also enabling IoT connections in remote areas. Internet of Things. That means using the internet for anything that's not like the stuff above. These capabilities have been developed in partnership with mobile network operators, including T-Mobile in the United States, Optus and Telstra in Australia, Rogers in Canada, One New Zealand in New Zealand, and KDDI in Japan, Salt in Switzerland, Entel in Chile and Peru, and Kyivstar in Ukraine. Nice. As well as several more unannounced partnerships. To to connect millions of people around the world in places that have never had cellular connectivity before, and even during emergencies when terrestrial systems are impacted. Following hurricanes, severe flooding, and wildfires in the United States, Starlink DTC powered life-saving connectivity. In those events alone, more than 1.5 million people were able to communicate with DTC when terrestrial networks were down. Millions of SMS messages were sent and received, and hundreds of wireless emergency alerts that otherwise would not have been received were successfully delivered. Lex, wait until I'm done, man. Until I'm done. Additionally, people outside of terrestrial cellular network coverage have been able to receive assistance from emergency services when they previously would not. In New Zealand, a woman who came upon a car crash that happened in a cellular dead zone was able to text her partner the location of the accident through Starlink DTC. And first responders were on the scene within minutes of the text being sent. While we have made progress to help end mobile dead zones, our work is just beginning. More than 50% of the world's landmass remains uncovered by terrestrial services. To that end, as we develop and deploy the next generation direct-to-cell constellation, we remain committed to working with mobile network operators globally to continue delivering ubiquitous coverage to as many customers as possible. Through the agreement with EchoStar, SpaceX will purchase EchoStar's 50 MHz S-band spectrum in the United States, also known as AWS-4 and PCS-H. As well as its global MSS spectrum licenses. Exclusive access to this spectrum, along with the use of optimized 5G protocols designed for satellite connectivity. Give me a second, guys. Will enable a step change in performance to the Starlink Direct-to-Cell, or for Starlink Direct-to-Cell. The next generation of Starlink DTC satellites will be designed to fully utilize this spectrum, driven by custom SpaceX designed silicon and phased array antennas. The satellites will support thousands of spatial beams and higher bandwidth capacity, enabling around 20 times the throughput capability as compared to a first generation satellite. With the world's most advanced phased arrays, The wider bandwidth operations enabled by the spectrum purchase and optimized 5G protocols, the system will support an overall capacity increase of more than 100 times the first generation Starlink direct-to-cell system. In most environments, this will enable full 5G cellular connectivity with a comparable experience to the current terrestrial LTE service, which will be used in partnership with mobile network operators to augment high-capacity terrestrial 5G networks. Combined with the new state-of-the-art satellite technologies, exclusive spectrum, and Starlink's unprecedented payload capacity, Starship's unprecedented payload capacity to low Earth orbit in a single launch, Starlink DTC's next-generation service will deliver unparalleled performance to standard, unmodified cell phones and IoT devices, helping to close coverage gaps and ultimately eliminate mobile dead zones around the world. Holy shnikes. That's actually crazy. So why is this a big deal? Okay, if you got none of that, okay, long story short here, I'm going to go ahead and guess that, well, SpaceX seems to be partnering with mobile service providers, cell phone providers, to basically eliminate dead zones. You will have 5G anywhere in the world, any place, anytime, anywhere. This is no longer about, what Starlink's original goal is. Starlink's original goal was to provide internet in underserviced areas, and it still does that. But that honestly is a service you can, like, how's any other provider supposed to compete with that? They're basically a constellation of cell towers. It's basically a money printer. And Starship, as expected, is the key to leveraging this system. Which is why on the last flight and the other test flights, we've seen them to try to, Flight 7, 8, and 9 all had Starlink dummies on board, but they didn't make it that far. Starship 10 deployed the Starlink satellites, and that's very good that they did that. EchoStar update with Cash and Gwen notes. Oh, okay. So SpaceX is basically just trying to. So I mentioned I don't know if you guys watched Flame Trench last week. I talked about Amazon using Project Kuiper as an IoT, so Internet of Things. Internet of Things is basically internet backend services in the application of like satellites. So IoT is used to connect data centers or something. And actually, YouTube chat did not, the Flame Trench chat did not like that. They did not like me saying that Project Kuiper will be used to connect data centers. The people are like, it'll never be terrestrial services. Yeah, I got a lot of that. And I'm like, okay, all right, why would they do it then? I think, Tessa, that SpaceX is going to partner with mobile service providers until they can provide their own service. I think that they're basically going to, how are you going to compete with that, dude? If they come in with a cell phone plan that utilizes existing hardware, meaning you could do it with an iPhone, Windows Phone, Google Phone, Android, whatever, it doesn't matter. If it's utilizing 5G LTE technology, they could just, you don't need to modify the phones. You could just take your phone and go, you could drive through Death Valley and have full connectivity. Your new dishwasher will no longer need to be given your Wi-Fi password to snitch on you. Yeah, I know. Hey, Galax, what's going on? The most genius part is that they want to work with cell phone providers, not in competition. They're basically creating a service for them. So you could go anywhere and have full connectivity all the time. Go to Middle of Death Valley, go to the Grand Canyon. Well, go anywhere. And it's designed to be supplemental with the cell phone towers. It's almost like when we live stream, when Ernock and I did the Excellent Adventure, we live streamed with the Starlink, but we also had two cell phone hotspots, which communicate with the towers. You know, so we use towers and the internet, and it sends them out as a, what is it, a bonded signal? I think that's what that's called, right? We did all that, and there you go. Now we could just do it with us. We could use those same internet hotspots. Oh, that's cool. You can quite actually stream from anywhere. Why create your own service when you can sell access to every service? Bingo, Element. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, dude. And here's the thing, Element. Who is going to refuse this? Who's going to refuse this? What is Verizon or someone going to say, no, we don't do that. We don't do that. We don't want our customers to have 5G everywhere. Quite actually everywhere. You can FaceTime somebody from the middle of the ocean. Hey, Dave, $10 super chat. I'm a little late catching up at 2x speed. Good job of taking care of your doggo. Here's a new bit for a toy or a treat. Thanks, man. Thanks for the $10 super chat. Appreciate it. Did you know if this is something you have to opt into to get? If you have T-Mobile right now, you utilize Starlink DTC already. I know that because Bree has T-Mobile. That's how to bankrupt a company 101. Exactly, Alex. If they don't refuse, they're screwed. So, do you guys remember a little while back when I said, like, Starship, you know, like, people are like, oh, SpaceX keeps blowing up stuff. Do you think they're ever going to run out of money? No. Guys, so, okay, this is what I want to show. And Baron, thank you for linking this. I want to show you guys this. So, think about this for a moment, okay? SpaceX, I'm going to show you the details of this deal, okay? The details of this deal, meaning how much they purchased this, the S-band, the AWS-4 and PCGH? I think is what it's called. PCSH, excuse me. Those are basically S-band spectrum. They bought the frequencies for the cell phones to use. So if you think about it like this, do you guys remember how do you own frequencies? Like, how does that work? You have a bandwidth to operate in for transmitting frequencies. That's so people don't transmit on the same frequencies. If you guys remember a little while back, do you remember? I mean, if you're old enough like me, you remember TVs had rabbit ears, right? They had rabbit ears. What was that frequency? That was UHF, remember? UHF and VHF. They used that to broadcast television signals, right? I mean, we don't do that anymore, which is kind of dumb. But the reason why they got rid of that is so they could have more frequencies for cell phones, right? That's the reason. SpaceX just bought a huge chunk of the, 5G network going up, not going from tower to tower, going upwards, which is crazy. Right? And here's the thing. I've said that Starlink is already a money printer for SpaceX. It's already a money printer. That is more than enough to fund a program that is at least comparable to SLS in terms of funding. Okay? Frequency allocation. Thank you. Oh, score. That's actually going to be super helpful. Thanks, man. Oh, dude, look at that. Look at that. Ah. Oh, that's super cool, man. There's all the breakdowns. Like, we can zoom in. Yeah, look at all of it. They
Discovery, go at throttle up.
aeronautical radio navigation, basically from 108 to 137. Look at it. Look at all of it. There's frequencies allocated for planes. Frequencies allocated for satellites, mobile. Hey, there it is. Or at least one of them. Mobile satellite, space to Earth. See? There's the frequencies. I mean, I don't know. Are we in the S-band right now? I'm not too good at this. This is from 9 years ago, though. It might be a little outdated. Oh, yeah. Yeah, probably. I bet you it shifted around a little bit. Dude. Look at the AM. The amplitude modulation broadcasting frequency. There you go. 535 to 1605. I love AM radio. If you experienced AM radio, then you know. It just has that. You guys, I mean, if you're old enough, you ever listen to an AM radio station? Good stuff. Very nostalgic. That's for sat phones? Cool. Anyway, AM baseball announcing is the thing. Oh, my God, dude. Now we're talking. Oh, good stuff. Good stuff. This will bring some major benefits to aviation. Pilots will be able to receive immediate weather updates and NOTAMs mid-flight. There you go, dude. Okay, so here, let me get back to what I was saying. Remember how I said a little while back that Starlink is basically a money printer. It is, for all intents and purposes, a money printer. That in alone is good enough to figure out end-to-end function for Starship. It's going to take a little bit of time. But that Starlink by itself is comparable to like what NASA gets for SLS, which is bananas to me. Now, with all that being said, think about this for a second. Think about what I'm going to show you and think about these numbers. Let me show you this breakdown. Englewood, Colorado and Hawthorne, California, September 8th, 2025, PR Newswire. EchoStar has entered into a definitive agreement with SpaceX to sell the company's AWS-4 and H-Block spectrum licenses for $17 billion. Now, I know, don't relax. There's a breakdown to it. SpaceX didn't just have $17 billion on hand. But, listen to the breakdown. Consisting of $8.5 billion in cash. SpaceX has $8.5 billion in liquidity to do something like this. Think about that for a second. They got $8.5 billion in the bank account. In the company's bank. Dude, give me one of those company cards, please. $8.5 billion in straight liquidity, which is absurd. That is ridiculous. That's what I mean about a money printer. You can do that. Offer someone $8.5 billion in cash. I mean, the rest is stock options. $8.5 billion in SpaceX stock, which EchoStar is going to, I'm sure anybody that works for EchoStar is going to be pretty happy about that. And up to $8.5 billion in stock valued as of the entry into the definitive agreement. SpaceX has $8.5 billion to spend on buying up frequencies for direct-to-cell satellites and still indefinitely fund Starship for as long as they want. Think about that for a second. That's ridiculous. That I've always said that funding spaceflight is not that expensive. These are numbers that are getting to the upper echelons of what it takes to fly something. We were comparable to SLS, right? SpaceX was comparable to SLS before this deal. The fact that they have $8.5 billion in cash, I mean, don't get me wrong, that doesn't necessarily mean they have $8.5 billion in cash, but I'm going to go ahead and guess that they probably do, right? So, what does that mean? That means that SpaceX, once again, it can fund Starship indefinitely, no problem. The 8.5 an $8.5 billion infusion into the SLS program would fix well, I wouldn't say that it fixes everything, but it would definitely shake things up for what it's worth. That's basically doubling the the triennial budget of SLS. No, biannual budget. SLS gets about $4 billion a year, if I'm remembering correct. Someone's gonna have to correct me on this one. Everybody always said back in the day, can you imagine, oh, the SLS program, it wastes billions of dollars, which I don't think is true. It wastes so much freaking money. Can you imagine if SpaceX had that money? Oh, man, it'd be ridiculous. SpaceX has that money and then some. They have that money. The company has Starlink has what is it? Please, financial people, correct me if I'm wrong here. If I'm remembering right, SpaceX has a $400 billion evaluation. Billion, B. Their market cap is like 400 billion, which means that's like theoretically how big they think at this moment in time, like how like financial institutions think the company could be worth this much eventually. Right? Like if they do everything that they say, this is how much your company could be worth. That 450. That's ridiculous, dude. These are numbers that are not that is dude, I'm struggling to find the words. That's well and beyond what you need to send something to Mars or send fleets of ships to, like, that's well beyond what you'd need. I'm serious. You could run this is Apollo program numbers almost. Well, actually, we'd have to compare. Like, we still don't know how much the Starship program technically costs. We've heard some numbers thrown around to the tune of like $4 million a day or something for the entirety of Starbase, right? But these numbers are well. SpaceX has more operating money than probably a third of the world's governments. Yeah, right. This is, you could run the Apollo program with that type of money, Tessa. $8 billion, $8 billion, dude. You could bring the Saturn V back for that. I mean, SpaceX kind of is. It's just a better version of it. Well, it's not. Starship has nothing to do with the Saturn V's development, but also, it's comparable. Like that. That's, I believe the word is sufficient. Yeah. Dude, that's insane. That's insane that they have 8.5. They had 8.5 billion in cash. I'm wondering if that was straight liquidity, meaning that's what they had in the bank account. I mean, or did they like sell some stock or something to get that cash on hand, or is that straight revenue? Like, is that money? Is that 8.5 billion money that they generated from that was revenue from Starlink? It might be. It's possible. They said Starlink has 6 million users. Like, that is very possible. And yet they could barely do a successful launch. Perseus, it's not about doing a successful launch. That's just, believe it or not, dude. Okay, let me explain. I don't know if you're kidding or not, dude, but hear me out. Yeah, they have to do a special launch. Yeah, because, there's some manual or something that you can look to do stuff like that. Or, well, not that. Or that over there. Now, hear me out. It's not just Starship being successful, dude. That is a big deal. It's the factory to build it. Because with this type of money, you're not just building 1 or 2 ships to go to Mars. You're building fleets. We know that's what SpaceX wants, right? Like, those are the numbers, guys. Those are the numbers needed to not just go to Mars, but go to Mars and stay. Like, we're not talking about like even a constellation style mission. Dude, these numbers make like Project Constellation's numbers looked like the freaking Gemini program. Check EchoStar's stock. Since now they own stock in SpaceX, people think it's like they're investing in SpaceX. I mean, the company owning stock in SpaceX is equity in the company, technically, Baron. So yeah, their stock should go up. Love the monitor in the bottom left of the screen. Hey, all right. Right? Think about that for a second. You look like a different person with no beard. Thank you. Hopefully better. I don't know. I get sick of it after a while, dude. I've had a beard for a long time. I was just get rid of it. It's fine. I've had a beard basically since the beginning of the year. You know, that it's this is, guys, these, you know, like, they have to do it, obviously, right? They got to get there. You have to still do this. You have to still do that whole Mars thing. But, guys, SpaceX is in a position where they don't need, money is not an issue. And that's huge. That's huge. That, like, direct to sell also equals direct to Optimus, direct to Tesla. Holy crap, you're right. Bro, I get it. People don't like Elon. He's going to be a trillionaire. The guy, homeboy's going to be a trillionaire. He's going to be a trillionaire. He's going to be the first one. Trillionaire. All day. Like, there's... How did we get here? What the hell happened? It seemed like yesterday SpaceX was like, yeah, we reused the booster. Like, yeah, he's already halfway there. No, that's crazy. That's ridiculous, man. And you know what the best part is, dude? You know what the best part is? The guy that's going to be the first trillionaire is hell-bent on dying on Mars, not on impact. That, you know what? As a spaceflight fan, that's pretty good, man. It's pretty good. We're in a pretty good spot. That's pretty good. That's pretty good, dude. They're going to, like, I hate saying this, and I'm the biggest NASA fan around. They're going to leave NASA in the dust. You're going to leave them in the dust. They're going to be trying to get Orion to rectilinear halo orbit to maybe send somebody to the Gateway, and the SpaceX is going to be like, ha 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 ha, from the Starship. There's a deal to give him $1 trillion just from Tesla if he hits his goals. To be fair, those goals are insanely lofty, Tesla, but if anybody around can do it, like, you know. Do you plan to be a BOGO for Flight 11? It's a maybe right now, Flavia. Maybe. I feel like there's a critical mass of money where you would just run away from the rest of the pack. Dave, dude. So, okay. I'm making some extrapolations, okay? I'm making some extrapolations, all right? I am, here's my logic flow. All right, SpaceX has $8.5 billion in liquidity. All right, and keep in mind, I'm not a finance bro. I'm not an economy guy. The way I read that is that they had $8.5 billion in cash. That's what's on, like, if you have a, your SpaceX company card, right? That oh, look, checking, let's check how much we have in there. $8.5 billion. Oh boy. Like, that's not okay, couple of things there. If you ever have $8.5 billion, do not have it in one account. That is crazy. First and foremost. Spread it out. Spread it out. Make it work for you. Am I right? Am I right? Cool. All right. Then again, if you have $8.5 billion, you probably know more about money than me. Boo-boo! All right. Anyway, moving on. If SpaceX has $8.5 billion in liquidity, basically that's cash on hand. Like, they have that, they can just, and I'm sure it took something to probably get you there, right? But say they do. That means that is straight rev. That is, what's it called? Revenue after company expenses. What's revenue after expenses? I should know this. I run a business. That's really stupid. Profit margin? Yeah, there you go. Right? It's not all cash. Most large companies use loans to help mitigate risks. Right? Yeah. Okay. All right. Anyway, I know people are going to be like, loans. Yeah, it could be with loans and stuff. It probably is. Once again, you're not going to have like, oh, here, just swipe the card. Here's my $8.5 billion in my SpaceX rocket account, right? Right. So, but okay. The fact that they can throw around these numbers, and this is a big deal, don't get me wrong, that's a huge deal. But the fact that you can throw around these numbers and just straight up brute force buy this stuff from EchoStar, who they weren't letting those frequencies go. The frequencies for cell phones to use satellites, they weren't letting those go for nothing, right? The fact that SpaceX can just throw these numbers around, no problem, easy peasy, is a pretty good indicator into what type of money we're talking about here with SpaceX as a whole. Does that make sense? EchoStar was going bankrupt. I don't think they have that problem anymore, David. That's what I'm getting at. The fact that they're throwing these types of numbers around and it's not a big deal tells me that, guys, that's more than enough to fund a space program, dude. Why are you linking another article, Baron, when I'm not even done with the article that you linked before? You want to just switch to that article? Amazon bought Twitch when both were unprofitable. Do you really think SpaceX is operating at a loss right now, Snickers? Wonder how much EchoStar paid for them initially. Probably a bit of profit margin. He didn't know you were running out of RAM. I'm only having like 6 different conversations across 2 chats. Big deal. No big deal, right? Right? $6 million users at $100 per month averages $600 million a month in revenue. I mean, yeah. It's not 600 straight up 1062, but that's a good extrapolation. These paragraphs are killing me, dudes. What's up, man? Most likely they were utilizing in what the business calls as land banking, where you buy property as basically poker chips because the FDIC is only guaranteed to insure $250,000 per bank account, and the liquid assets needed by many companies is regularly orders of magnitude above that. That's why you spread it around. Yes. It's been one of the reasons why buying a house or commercial property has been so expensive. Last time they raised the coverage limit was back in 2008. It could be argued that they have been rather behind the curve. Only you could take what I'm trying to talk about and turn it into that, what you just said. Only you could do that. Only you. Nobody else here could do that. Only you. Anyway. And Starshield is a thing too. Yeah? Yep. Have they ever put an estimate on the overall cost of getting to Mars and being able to colonize to it? No, Skitson, it's never really had a number. But okay, so here's the thing. I know a little bit about space policy, space flight history, space flight funding, etc., etc. I'm telling you, if they can throw around $17 billion in this deal, $8.5 billion in cash, and $8.5 billion in stock, and I mean, don't get me wrong, they're probably not going to be doing this all the freaking time, but I mean, dude, look at the numbers. Look at these numbers. These numbers are insane. SpaceX has a $400 billion market cap, dude. That's more than enough. I mean, not that market cap is indicative of plans or cost, right? But the point is this is more than enough to get to Mars, get something to Mars and back. That's not a problem. That ain't no thing. That's not a big deal. I have a plan Neuralink with Starlink DTC in your head. I don't want that. Don't get me wrong, it's amazing. I'm just wondering. Yeah, no, Skid. They've never put a price on it, but what I'm telling you is that, you know, if I'm understanding these numbers in this deal correctly, SpaceX has enough money to do it. They have enough money to at least run a program to, like, Mars. Like, you could get a Starship there and back. Like, that's a huge deal. Not to mention, I mean, it's not like so SpaceX, their revenue, I mean, obviously their revenue is projected to go up with this DTC. More people are going to buy. I mean, you're going to get more cell phone usage. People are going to buy. Well, actually, are they? Well, I mean, all the mobile service providers are going to pay SpaceX for this service, no doubt, right? So that's a huge amount of potential profit there, dude. What I'm trying to tell you, Skid, is that I think SpaceX has enough to build out Starship, have Starship do everything it needs to, and send at least a mission to Mars right now. With this deal, dude, you know, Elon has talked about sending thousands of Starships to Mars. Yes, you can do that with this. You could do that. Yes, SpaceX is very rapidly approaching at the point that they are going to leave NASA's funding in the dust, which is ridiculous to me, but here we are. I'm good, Nazalik. How are you? Want to know something funny? AST Space Mobile, whose entire financial program was built on having a monopoly on direct-to-cell, are royally screwed. Rocket Lab DTC Constellation is DOA, and they're blocking Kuiper's DTC plan since they bought all the available frequencies. So, Baron, when you put it like that, that tells me that SpaceX basically put all their chips in on this deal. Cell phone manufacturers will benefit. Apple can do DTC without a carrier. Rogers is charging $15 a month for this DTC option. Holy crap, dude. Dude, they're gonna do it. I'm convinced. Like, look, man. I'm convinced. Like, they'll do it. They'll get something to Mars. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Does this mean I can watch Ferrari lose in Monza from space? Yeah. No, well, no. Maybe. Maybe. Long story short, Iridium is cooked. The only thing keeping them going is defense contracts. I mean, Phil, this is a huge deal. This is a real power move. I mean, Barron actually said it best, I think. Barron said it best. I mean, in just on a side note, Aqualex, I understand your analogy. But only you could make that analogy, or you would make that analogy. But I get it. You're right. You're absolutely right. Barron, you said it best here, though. Well, AST Space Mobile, whose entire financial program was built on having a monopoly on DTC, are screwed. Rocket Lab's DTC Constellation is dead on arrival, and Project Kuiper is basically boned because they bought all the available frequencies. Oh my goodness. And that's, Baron, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like that doesn't feed into my idea that Project Kuiper is for something else. But ironic how Iridium was once their largest commercial customer. Would this let space station staff make cell phone calls from the station? Condition during the Polaris Dawn mission, they were FaceTiming from the Dragon capsule because the Dragon had a Starlink antenna attached to the back of it. It was called the Starlink Blazer. It wasn't a Starlink antenna like what you and I have. It was the satellite to satellite Starlink connection. They just took part of a Starlink satellite and hot rodded it into the back of the trunk. And they were FaceTiming from orbit. And it was good, too. It was really good quality. So, dude, we're already there. How long before SpaceX just straight up buy a country? They won't because of armed export controls element. They ain't going anywhere. Minimum of 8.5 billion in liquidity. I guarantee they have quadruple that if they are willing to spend that much in one go. That's what I'm thinking. 1062. I mean, it's hard to say. What my theory is kind of thin, but if you look at the hardware, I mean, put two and two together, guys. Go look at SpaceX's website. Look at how many jobs they have open. They're expanding like a freaking weed. They're expanding like a freaking weed. They are building 2 factories for Starship right now. These factories, the Boca Chica factory and the one at Roberts Road, are going to be probably some of the biggest factories for rockets ever devised. I think the only thing bigger is like Michoud in Louisiana. That dude, like I said, they're spending money like crazy. That money's got to be coming from somewhere. I wouldn't discount AST so fast. I've had people brief me on what they have, and it's impressive. They just need to get their stuff up there. I hope they do. I know people that work there, Phil. Yeah, I hope they get it. I hope they get it figured out. Also, fun note: AST doesn't own any frequencies. They just have contracts with telecommunications providers that give them access to said frequencies under a 50-50 revenue scheme between AST and other providers. So if the latter gets cold feet, AST is going bankrupt. I don't think AST is going to go under. I think that is a competition service. Some companies won't be able to purchase SpaceX's services straight up. Hey, hired 80-month resub. Thanks, man. Maturo, mouth mentioned. What's up, man? Dude, that is insane. I'm just, fellas, I'm not trying to fanboy too hard about SpaceX. This is really messing with my mind that a spaceflight provider, a commercial spaceflight provider, can just throw this kind of money around. 8.5 billion is enough to build something like Falcon 9 and then some. Falcon 9 development didn't cost that much money. I'm dead serious. Don't get me wrong, we don't have the exact numbers, but ballpark from the inception of COTS, the Commercial Orbital Transport Services, to Falcon 9 Block 5, if I had to estimate it, once again, I'm not the best at this, but I have to estimate it's like 2 to 3 billion. That's Falcon 9, the most notorious partially reusable launch vehicle ever devised. I mean, I am, Skitson. I'm a fan of everybody's stuff. I want more people to make rockets, but this is the fact that they can just throw this around is just absolutely dude, there's a company who's hell-bent on building a city on Mars, and they have the money to do it, which is that's a big deal. It's a big part of this, man. I know, I'm only messing. I'm sorry. I'm that's so damn cool, dude. I can't believe that. I can't believe this. This is ridiculous. I kind of theorized that SpaceX pretty much had a money printer with Starlink, but how is this not that? Once again, I understand that they may not have just $8.5 billion in their SpaceX account, right? I get it. But also at the same time, 8.5 B in cash is not something that just, banks aren't going to loan you that, NASA says it would take $500 billion to get to Mars. Well, Moobson, SpaceX's market cap right now is $450 billion. That's awfully close. That's awfully close, dude. Can we, like, get to the moon again first? Yeah, don't worry about that. If you're building something that if you're building something to get to Mars, Mars, you could pretty much get to the moon. That ain't no problem. And SpaceX has a contract with NASA for SpaceX has a contract with NASA for $2 billion to land on the moon. Fellas, think about this for a second. Not only can SpaceX go, like, not only could they go to Mars, dude, but they have communication. Hey, somebody gifted Moobs in a sub. They have, dude, they have satellite services backing up Starship. So what's stopping SpaceX on when one of these Mars transfer windows opens? What's stopping SpaceX from just deploying a Starlink constellation around Mars? And then when you go to land on Mars, you have communications anywhere on the planet. Anywhere on the planet. No cell phone towers, no communications dish, none of that. Well, you still probably need a dish for something, but you get the idea. Yeah, Shaw, you have, absolutely. MarsLink has been advertised by SpaceX already. Nervous with these DTCs? You send, it's okay. All right. Say SpaceX just sends
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I don't know, 100 starships in one of the transfer windows, and all of them have that stupid, it's not stupid, that Pez dispenser, and deploy a Starlink constellation in one shot. And then they just all come back. Or they crash. I don't know, whatever. Doesn't matter. Right? Like, boom. You instantly have a Starlink network set up around Mars. And that means you can get communications anywhere on Mars. Anywhere. So if you want to go explore, you can go anywhere. You always have cell phone connectivity. You don't have to worry about that. That's huge, man. That is ridiculous. You know, let's talk about the moon for a second, right? Part of the reason why Gateway is in a rectilinear halo orbit is because it's in constant line of sight with Earth. That type of orbit is kind of resonant in a way where the Gateway never gets eclipsed by the moon. They did that for communication purposes. So Gateway can always communicate with Earth, and there's no communications blackout if it was, you know, in a polar orbit, low polar orbit, or a low lunar orbit. Who gives a frick? You send a bunch of starships out to the moon, they just deploy the stuff, they come right back. Think about this for a second. SpaceX is targeting 100 tons to LEO. 20 V3 satellites do not weigh 100 tons. There is no chance that that's a thing. If Starship V3 can take 100 tons to orbit, and they're carrying 16 tons of V3 satellites, or even 20 tons of V3 satellites, Starship could get to lunar orbit, right? Starship could get to medium lunar orbit, low lunar orbit, circularize there, provided SpaceX figures out boil-off problems. But let's be real, they're going to figure that out. Like, you'd be stupid to think that they're not going to, right? It's not an impossible thing. We can figure out fluid transfer on orbit. You know how I know? The toilets work on the ISS. What is that? That's not fluid transfer? We could figure it out. I get it. Poop isn't cold. I understand. Cryogenics, do you think that's an insurmountable problem? It's not. There's no way. We could figure that out. We do it all the time, fueling up a rocket down here. It can't be that much different up there. You know, gravity and whatnot. But you build starships go up there. They have 100 tons LEO. They're carrying 20 tons of payload. Do some straight Delta V formulas. That's enough to get up there and get back easily. SpaceX could build out Starlink V3 direct to cell satellites in a constellation in a matter of days if they planned the missions out correctly. If they're doing, sending one Starship at a time and bringing it back, get it out there, deploy the satellites, bring it back, get it out there, deploy the satellites, bring it back. In a year, you have a full 100%, no visual loss, nothing. Full communications, every nook and cranny on the moon, no questions asked. Is it possible to have a free return trajectory from Mars? No, it would be a trans-Earth injection, William, with SpaceX's architecture. MDA is dead because yeah, okay, Baron, I see it. I have that link up. I did see that, Phil. Starlinks will last longer in lunar orbit since there's no atmospheric drag, but the lunar orbit is a decaying orbit, despite having no atmosphere. But having no atmosphere will definitely help. But yeah, Starlink satellites could take into account the non-lunar. The moon doesn't have uniform gravitational pull. That's why. If you leave something in low lunar orbit around the moon, it'll eventually deorbit. The reason why is because of the fluctuation in gravitational pull or gravitational acceleration as you go around the moon. That change in gravitational pull is called precession in orbital mechanics. And it's basically the reason why none of the Apollo ascent modules are still around, except for one. But there's another reason for that. All the S4B stages, well, not the S4Bs, the LEM ascent module, the stuff that the Apollo astronauts left in low lunar, they all deorbited because the moon will pull you in. The reason why is that the side of the moon that's closer to Earth, right? Moon is tidally locked, so it always faces towards Earth. The side that's closer to us is a lot more dense than the far side of the moon. The reason why is because, well, something hit it. Something hit the moon a long time ago. It may have been Earth. We don't know. Don't know for sure. Long story short, the lunar lowlands, the grayer parts, the darker gray parts of the moon, they're called lunar lowlands. Those are way denser than the far side of the moon, the highlands, right? And basically, if you have like a big counterweight and you start spinning it around on a pendulum, it's always going to be pointed down towards gravity. That's basically what the moon is doing because it's weighted really hard on one side. It has high mass on one side. That makes it so deploying a satellite constellation is very difficult, right? Because the satellite constellation will eventually just get pulled in. That was the reason why NASA came up with rectilinear halo orbit for Gateway, because you can land anywhere on the moon, but you also have constant communications on the moon if you're on the South Pole, because the majority of Gateway's orbit is at the South Pole, is over the South Pole, because it's eccentric. A rectilinear halo orbit has the moon up here, and a very low paraloon and a very high apoloon, meaning it's very eccentric. It's a very elliptical orbit. Gateway only gets really close to the moon when it's over the North Pole and spends most of its orbit over the South Pole. So that was the solution there, right? Once again, taking into account Starlink moving 100, if Starship can move 100 tons to low Earth orbit and you have 20 tons of Starlink V3 minis, all the Starlink satellites have thrusters on them. They use electric propulsion. SpaceX could build out a Starlink network on the moon in low lunar, just like they could on Earth. Starlink satellites are designed to deal with the decaying orbits. And you're right, it'll last longer. And they could do it, and it's not a big deal. The precession is negligible with a rectilinear halo orbit bipart. Correct. Yes. How about them lines? Oh, geez. Here, John. Here, have this timeout. Yeah, here. Oh, that's good. Oh, geez, I don't know. Yeah, you should have had Starlink DTC. You're in a dead zone. That's very strange. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, wait. I think you're going into a dead zone again. I think. Are you going into dead zone again? I don't know. I can't really hear you. What was that? Oh, no, chat. We lost him. We lost him again. Oh, that's so weird. So weird. He's just. Anyway, I don't want to talk about football at all or Formula One. I don't want to talk about either of those things. Okay. You can talk about baseball though or something. Oh man, that sucks. You know, we lost him. I seem to recall a 1 sub bet. I seem to recall a 1 second timeout. There, I kept my end of the bargain. Yeah, the tunnel, that just sucks. That's awful. We lost him. He's dead. Why does it need to be low lunar?
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
There you go. I gifted it good guitars for zombies. Who I know. You've watched the chat. You watched the stream before. Here's one good one. Bechdel tunnel in Boston. Oh, jeez. Hey, it has repeaters in it, so you won't lose cell signal in that tunnel. Anyway, Run. Why does it need to be low lunar? I would probably do at least a medium lunar to low lunar. You could probably figure out some kind of intermediary. High lunar and lunar geostationary doesn't exist. Well, at least it's not as good as you might think because there's an Earth next to you. So higher orbits will get perturbed by Earth more than the moon. The second you have an orbit in high lunar orbit that's more than 1/6 of the distance to Earth, Earth's going to start pulling it in. It's basically past the Lagrangian point. So you can only go so high on the moon before Earth will just be like, nah, these are mine. You know? I'd prefer so once again, Run, there's probably an intermediary point between the decaying orbits and the precession from a low lunar orbit and the perturbations that come from being in high lunar orbit. I'll bet you there's an intermediary there. Actually, not. I bet you there is an intermediary there. It's the sweet spot. There's a sweet spot somewhere. Nothing is truly fully. I mean, you can get resonant orbits. You can get stable resonant orbits. So there are types of orbits that you can do around the moon that, like rectilinear halo, that are stable. They're called it's stable resonant. So, or resonant stable, excuse me. So you can, the moon's precession will actually keep your orbit nice and circular. So if any losses that you incur on the far side, the close side will boost you and keep you in a nice stable orbit. That's why the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter has been up there for a long time. It's been up there since what, 2009? It's still up there. Now, don't get me wrong. Every satellite run is going to need some thrusters to be able to station keep. Because it's not just about lunar precession. Even in low lunar orbit, you're going to get, Earth is going to screw with your orbit a little bit. Because it's Earth, and it's there, and it's way bigger than the moon. Heck, even when you're close to Jupiter, Jupiter will pull you in one direction. You know, it'll pull you when Earth and the moon's orbit goes by and Jupiter's closer to us, it's going to pull you. Just a little bit. It's not, I mean, it's pretty far away, but it's a pretty big gas giant, you know? I mean, Saturn does the same thing. Neptune does the same thing. Everything affects everything up there. Every bit of gravitational pull is affected by every other piece of gravitational pull. So you'd want to go to the point where you'd get the most amount of life out of your satellite and the least amount of perturbing forces. Why don't you work at SpaceX? Because I stream on Twitch and I like this job. So, long story short, guys, with Starship V3, if SpaceX could build out a Starlink network on the moon and basically make Gateway irrelevant, like pretty fast, you can make Gateway pretty useless. The weather sucks here right now, dude. The weather's been terrible up here too. It's cold and clammy and rainy. We seem to be talking about orbital perturbation and precession. That's right, SpaceFacts. Yep. By the way, off topic, heads up, the new F-47 will be called the Phoenix, and it'll be revealed in a couple of days. Oh, that's cool. What do you got for me here? Canadian space company MDA loses $1.8 billion in the EchoStar satellite contract after FCC spectrum talks lead to a $17 billion sale to SpaceX. Amid Ontario's $100 million Starlink deal canceled. Oh! Oh. Wow, that sucks for them. The move tied to Doug Ford's tariff retaliation raises concern over Canadian space industry stability. So, I don't want to talk politics. I'm filling you in on this story. So, Doug Ford, he is, what do you guys call, what's the equivalent of a U.S. governor for Canadians? For like the governor of your province. It's something different. It's a premier. I got it, Trey. That's what you call it? A thief? That was fun. I mean, that was a messed up thing to say, but that was kind of funny. I mean, your words, not mine. Anyway, so Doug Ford's the premier of Ontario. Ontario is one of Canada's most populous provinces. That, like, Ontario to the rest of Canada is like what California is to the United States. There's a lot, or Texas or something. I mean, Alberta is more Texas, but you get the idea. So Doug Ford canceled Ontario's deal for Starlink because he doesn't like Elon. Or no, that's not because he doesn't like Elon. It's because of the president. Sorry, I get them confused from time to time now. That was a joke. Relax. I was kidding. Calm down. So because of the tariffs, he did it because of the tariffs on Canada, and he also does not like Elon, from what I understand. So he said no, and now so MDA, if I'm reading this correctly, MDA was what he was like. Oh, we could have them provide internet with MDA, and now they went bankrupt because SpaceX bought the frequencies that they use with EchoStar. Whoops. Oops. Yeah, that's not great for them. Yeah. Yeah, that's not great for them. If you live in Ontario, sorry, bud. Sorry, that's just awful, man. That's ridiculous. Coincidences are never coincidental. I doubt that SpaceX did this out of spite, caveman, but also at the same time, it's probably not on the radar, you know what I'm saying? Like, wow. That puts the premier in a very, very bad spot. I don't think he did. Let me guess. He probably doesn't care. He probably doesn't care. It's, this in Nordspace, we've not been lucky. Nordspace just had an igniter failure. That ain't no thing, dude. They'll be fine. Nordspace isn't in Ontario, right? Right? Don't they launch out of Nova Scotia? They launch out of Nova Scotia, bud. Yes. They are based here. Oh, that sucks for them. SpaceX was started because the Ruskies wouldn't sell them a Soyuz. You're not wrong, dude. Oh my goodness. They launched from Nova Scotia, but they're based in Ontario. Yuck. Hey, we have Starlink at home. Starlink at home. Bankrupt. Dude, this is a huge... This whole deal is nuts, man. This is it's crazy. This is a big deal. Like, quite actually, in that sense of the term. I know someone from Nova Scotia. That's good. Good. Serious. Can you see France from your house? Some people got it. Some people got it. All right, cool. Wow. I can't believe this deal, dude. Ship parts rolled to the pad today. I have that, believe it or not, I have that teed up for other space news. This deal is righteous. This is crazy. Yo, just hopped in. What's up? Bose, what do you think of this? SpaceX. So SpaceX, in a $17 billion deal, bought all the S-band frequencies from EchoStar. EchoStar was a satellite service provider, basically. Or they still are. They bought their AWS-4 and H-Block spectrum licenses. They bought all the licenses to operate on certain frequencies so they could make Starlink V3 satellites, the ones launched from Starship, communicate directly with a cell phone. Starlink direct to cell phone. And not, now, don't get me wrong. If you have T-Mobile or another service provider that deals with Starlink now, you can get cell service from Starlink. However, it's only for emergency services. This frequency license thing that SpaceX, the frequency licenses, or they're called spectrum licenses, excuse me, that SpaceX just bought, basically enables Starlink V3s, the Starlink satellites that Starship will eventually launch. This enables 5G full bars anywhere in the world. Anywhere. Like, anywhere.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
EchoStar is Dish Network. That's right. That's it. Yes, Dish Network. Yeah, that's a better way to... That's probably a better way to explain it from now on. Serious Potato Bot, thank you for the resub. Dude. Both you are going through what I went through when I read this morning. It was like the chef in Ratatouille where he's like, like, he does the crazy, I was like, what the hell? Dude, I don't think we need to worry about funding for going to Mars anymore. I don't think we need to worry about it. You Serious Potato Bot, huh? You called me by my full name, Serious Banana Face. There you go. Hey AJ, nice mo job. Thanks, Cody. Does that mean Starlink will soon add TV services? I mean, outdoorsman, if you have YouTube TV, right, and you install YouTube TV on your phone, and you have Starlink direct to cell, yeah. Yes, it will. Inadvertently, but yes. Shutters and funding secured. I understood that reference. Can you see T-Mobile going to satellite for full services? Nah. I mean, maybe someday, John, but I don't know enough about cell phones and how the frequency... I mean, I don't think they ever would go full satellite, because now that I'm thinking about it, I know a little bit about frequencies. Cell phones, so if you're wondering why you don't get good cell phone reception, like you go over a hill and your bars go, it's because cell phones are working on very high frequencies. They're not VHF, but they're on higher frequencies. When you have higher frequencies, guys, line of sight is a big deal. Lower frequencies, the wider stuff, it's kind of like a shotgun blast, right? Your cell phone is very line of sight. It is very much about, can you actually see does this thing have line of sight to the cell phone tower? That's why if you're talking with somebody and you turn and go into another direction, you lose the signal. It's line of sight. That's a big deal. Andrew, I'm watching this via Starlink right now. Yeah, Electron, 108-month resub. Thanks, man. Yeah. Ton. What's awesome is that I can remember the few last Apollo missions, and their space news are spread out and so secretive. Now I can go to Texas Beach and stand next to a rocket. Also, someone like you can make a living doing space news. It's pretty cool, Todd. I am pretty blessed with what I do, dude. Like that. I mean, it helps when you love this stuff. I mean, it is just. Your brother just canceled HughesNet internet for Starlink this weekend? Good call. Medium wave, 300 kilohertz to 3 megahertz, like AM radio, curves with the Earth. That's right. When working on cell towers, your crane gets very hot with static because of the stuff coming off. Yeah. The wavelength of the frequency generally dictates what messes with the signal. Generally, signals don't see things smaller than their wavelength. Yes. Yes. Yeah, I watched you all last year using a Starlink in Iraq. I'll take it, bro. That's fine. That's cool, man. I think you told me that, dude. Did you tell me that? I don't know. You told me you came back from the sandbox. I remember that. The last time we chit-chatted, dude. Hey, how's your bro doing? Is he doing all right? Tell him Strange Internet Man says hi. I may have hung out with Bruin last time, fellas, in the Margaritaville bar. That was fun. That was a good time. Bar. Fruity drinks with umbrellas? Yeah, I love those. Drinks bar or sandbar? The first one. I don't get it. I love that interaction. He had no idea what was going on. Yeah, all right. Strange Internet Man says hi. Swim up bar? It wasn't at that bar. Cyborg. When we were talking to Das, it was the bar behind him, believe it or not. Like, if you really want to know. Anyway. Do spy satellites have radar cross-section reduction measures similar to the F-22 to avoid detection? I don't know. Why would I know that information, Erudite? Why do you think I know that information? Pretty sure if I had a definitive answer for that, I'd be in, like, prison or something. Like, I have no freaking clue, dude. I don't know. Why would you ask me that? I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I know, Charles. I just got sick of the beard. I've had the beard since 2024. I'm just like, all right, don't worry. It'll be back in a month. You look 10 years younger. Thank you. All right. That's so nice of you. Do you see that Sean Duffy basically admitted to being too risk-averse with Artemis? I do have something about that if you guys wanted to move over there. That SpaceX deal was just that. It was a big deal. Is crazy. Like, I can't believe that there is a aerospace company that's this hell-bent on going to Mars and actually advancing the forefront of spaceflight that can just throw this money around, dude. It's a big deal. It's a big deal. I said right when Tintin A and B launched, that if SpaceX captured like 1% of like global telecommunications, that's it. We'll have enough money to do. SpaceX will have enough money to do whatever the hell they want. Like whatever they want. I didn't even that was just telecommunications. IoT, what, like that was just that. Like if they, well, maybe not necessarily IoT. I just said like end user stuff. Like,
Discovery, go at
hey,
throttle up.
Ravenwolf, 4-month resub. Hidgy, pretty sure they're close. I don't know if they are, but if they score those cell phones, I mean, how is anybody going to compete with a service that gets you 5 bars anyway? Like no dead zones, nothing, no dead zones, nothing. I don't want to say it because I don't want to. I don't want any
space.
bad
I'm in
juju,
space.
but brother, money ain't no deal. Money ain't no thing with SpaceX. Like, Charles gifted 2 subs. Thanks, man. That ain't no thing. Don't worry about it. Like, fully reusable launch vehicle? Yeah, sure. Let's go. Fully reusable super heavy lift launch vehicle? Yeah, that's fine. Don't worry about it. She good. First time you saw me, Petrie, the first time you saw me on NSF, you gave me a favor to watch on launch days. Thanks, man. We'll be covering a launch here in about an hour. They have more than that percentage now? Do they, though, David? I don't think they do. I mean, how many users does Starlink have? Last for some funny tidbits. By the way, Globestar, the company working with Apple on a low Earth orbit dedicated constellation for direct-to-cell to iPhone, is also screwed. Kind of funny that SpaceX dropped this news with Apple revealing their new iPhone tomorrow. Holy crap. Dude, that's such a dick move. Oh my goodness. It's such a dick move, dude. I kind of like it. Am I a bad person? I think that's hilarious. Like, dude, that's some gangster stuff right there. Like in the truest sense of the word. It's like, oh, you're releasing your new phone tomorrow, huh? Hey, how's your DTC service going? Oh, that's good. I basically just torpedoed the whole thing. Now what? Now what are you gonna do? Now what are you gonna do? Now what? Elon doesn't like Tim Cook? Really? How could you not like Tim Apple? He's Tim Apple. He's Tim Apple. Be a shame if we drop this, dude. It's some real gangster stuff, dude. That's like in The Godfather when the dude finds the horse head in his bed. That's some gangster stuff right there, dude. It's crazy, man. God, the radios at your work are cellular based, but we always have to have shortwave backups for cellular dead zones. DTC would be a game changer for the radios I use at work. Something dropped. Wiz, dude, it's absolutely insane. I'll say it one last time and then we'll get on to this. We'll get on with the rest of the space news. SpaceX entered into a purchase agreement with EchoStar, which is DirecTV, for 50 megahertz of exclusive S-band, that's another big one, exclusive S-band spectrum in the United States, as well as global mobile satellite service spectrum licenses for enabling Starlink V3 direct-to-cell, floating cell phone towers, meaning 5G anywhere in the world. 5 bars, no matter where you are. Yeah, RB, yeah, that's right. It's exactly, dude. It's just reminds me of that last scene in Casino where they're tying up loose ends and it's playing the animals. There is a house in New Orleans who told of the rising sun. And it's been the ruin for many poor boys. No? It's a good song. The Animals a good band. Just saying. This is the latest sample point of the trend. Okay, what do we got? What do we got? What do we got? This is from Sawyer Merritt. He reports on SpaceX and Tesla and stuff. Or EV Space and Tech News. Sawyer Merritt's pretty good, dude. He's a pretty good reporter. SpaceX has announced that Starlink has now over 7 million customers, up from 6 million in June of 2025 and 5 million in February 2025. Starlink added a record 12,200 new customers on average per day since they hit 6. You. Only limitation is that S-band doesn't have very good penetration through buildings. It's supplemental to the towers, dude. And God, I know I'm one. That growth rate is 23% higher than it was in just 2.5 months ago. Did that say 12,200 new customers on average per day? What a freaking ride this is, man. What a ride, dude. It is this is nuts. I don't even like this is heavy duty, Doc. This is great. Do the satellites run on regular gasoline? No. Unfortunately, they require something with a little less kick. Krypton. Seriously, the Starlink satellites they have Krypton thrusters, Krypton ion thrusters, if you really want to know. $100 a month, Krasno, for the service. Starlink right now. Yeah, right, RB? Last for explanation. Sorry about the long text. It's all good. No. I gotta get better at reading the long stuff. Sorry, I'm like, dude, it's freaking money printer, dude. How is it not? EchoStar was going to lease a lot of their frequencies to other providers because they were low on cash. So Globestar, Kuiper, and parts of AST were building their market caps on that access. With SpaceX taking over, they're basically screwed. AST will survive because they have access to other frequencies. Kuiper is basically dead on DTC. Globestar too. The only thing that can screw up SpaceX is an antitrust lawsuit from the FCC that mandated a frequency share. Sorry for long text. Yeah, but Baron, SpaceX is leasing out their service to... That's why they're not going straight direct to sell. That's why they're going through T-Mobile. That's why they're going through Rogers in Canada. Because then it's not. Oh, man. Dude, who is running this business? Gwen, what a crazy melon farmer. Unbelievable. There are people running that company way smarter than me. Like, way smarter than me. Gwen Chadwell. Legit 5-head moves in the background. That's unbelievable, dude. What a power move. I'm telling you, Gwen Shotwell's the real life Pepper Potts. Dude. She's good. That's real. This is real good. Holy crap, man. Holy crap. GrabShark just got here. GrabShark, the short story is that SpaceX bought Spectrum Spectrum licenses, 50 megahertz of Spectrum licenses for all DTC satellites, direct-to-cell satellites in the future. They basically cornered the market on direct-to-cell service in a $17 billion deal with EchoStar. That's nuts, dude. Well, Bravo, you know it's not space news, but you got your project car in the garage now. I will always appreciate project car news. 12 Bravo. Block, what's that? Current phones don't have an antenna software to receive the purchased spectrum, so they need hardware makers to come on board to make their own device. Did I not read this right, Block? Hold on 1 second, bro. So the direct-to-cell constellation connects to the broader Starlink constellation, consisting more than 8,000 satellites, through the Starlink laser mesh, which enables coverage anywhere in the world. Operating at 360 kilometers above the surface of Earth, direct-to-cell satellites fly lower than the constellation in order to optimize the link between the cell phone and satellite. Building the constellation to its present form, which is with its unique regenerative architecture, involved manufacturing, launching, and operating cell phone towers in space, including the development of systems, E-Node B payload, phased array antennas, and core network, which enables integration similar to a standard roaming partner. The service works with existing LTE phones wherever you can see the sky. No changes to hardware, firmware, or special apps required. Paragraph 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These capabilities have been developed in partnership with mobile network operators, including T-Mobile, Optus, Telstra, all these other providers, to connect millions of people around the world in places that have never had cellular connectivity before, even during emergency systems. Oh, paragraph 6 from what you linked. Okay. I mean, I'm pretty sure SpaceX was pretty straightforward with that, but what are you talking about? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. SpaceX especially wants Apple to cooperate instead of purchasing the C3 constellation, because the H-Block and AW4S spectrum that SpaceX is now acquiring from EchoStar is not supported by any current phones. Okay, bloke, I have a question, dude. Why would they say that? Is there something I'm missing here? Why would they say this when that is the case? Hey, Blue Flare, 66-month resub. I didn't hear that. It doesn't say all existing phones. I'm waiting on a fiber line a mile away for 10 to 15 years. Jeez. Yeah, I know, Ruin. It's crazy, dude. No clue. Just saw that. Thus, support from device manufacturers will needed to get the new capabilities that enable the spectrum into consumers' hands in the near term. I think them lowering the satellites, I think them running in a 360 by 360 orbit is basically that's the hardware change, and that will change with time. Mike, okay, here's my guess, bloke. I'm concocting a theory. You tell me if I'm crazy or not. I mean, after the theory, okay? After, let me say it first. Call me crazy after, that's fine. Get it out of your system. So let's think about this here for a second. That blog might not be wrong. SpaceX might want people to work with them in the future. So if you want people to work with you in the future, what's the first thing you have to do? You have to establish some kind of baseline capability, right? So my guess, huge guess, is that these satellites, they're operating in a 360 kilometer circular orbit, which is much lower. That's about 30 miles lower than the regular Starlink satellites. These satellites, the V3s, are basically hot wired to work with existing technology. But the thing is about that 360 kilometer orbit, the thing is that those satellites will decay insanely fast at 360. 360 kilometers, because atmospheric decay or atmospheric perturbation and orbital decay via atmospheric perturbation. Basically, there's still sky up there. There's still air up there. It's not enough air for you and I to breathe, but it's still enough for a satellite to act with solar panels, for instance, to cause drag. And the closer you get, right, the pressure falls off as you go up logarithmically, right? So it gets thinner and thinner exponentially over time, which means as you get lower, it's going to get exponentially thicker, like atmospheric pressure, meaning more stuff in the way, more air in the way, right? So, bloke, my guess is that these satellites work right now. They work because SpaceX is all about minimum viable product, right? So these satellites probably work with existing tech right now. That doesn't mean that SpaceX isn't going to want to work with companies in the future to put these satellites into just the regular, to basically integrate these DTC satellites and regular Starlink satellites into one thing and put them in a 400 circular orbit where most of the Starlink constellation is. Right? That both of these can be true. Am I thinking about this correctly? Check the second paragraph. In connection with this transaction, SpaceX and EchoStar will enter into a long-term commercial agreement, which will enable EchoStar's Boost mobile subscribers through its cloud-native 5G core to access SpaceX's next generation of DTC. EchoStar owns Boost Mobile. Hey, Amadeo, how are you? I didn't know that either. John, I'm learning a lot today about this stuff. I didn't know that either. Is that the company that did the Pose and Mobile commercials? EchoStar was in danger of losing their spectrum because of lack of use. It's a win-win. What a day, dude. That is insane, man. It's absolutely crazy. I can't believe this. Also, if Sawyer Merritt is even remotely correct, and he usually is, and Starlink has 7 million users, and it's $100 a month. Yeah, I think I can do that math in my head. SpaceX is making $700 million a month. And now keep in mind, that's just straight what your profit is. That's not, services. You got to pay people, right? You got to pay people. You got to operate Starbase, etc., etc. You got to pay a $17 billion deal. When Sprint went away, they had to sell to EchoStar because T-Mobile wasn't allowed to buy it for antitrust reasons. That's not profit, it's revenue. That's the word I'm looking for. That's their income before expenses, which is, that's not counting Starshield Airlines or anything else. Holy crap, you're right. That's 8.4. Yeah, exactly. So let me get the calculator out. So that's, I just want to show, this is for people on stream. You guys already did the math. 700 times 12. I'm looking at that number. I see that number. I understand that number. My brain doesn't comprehend what that means. I know, I get it. I know what $8.4 billion is, but seriously, like, I have no rationale for how much money that actually is. Like, I get it. I know how much it is, but, like, how many pallets, like, if you had pallets of cash, how many pallets of cash is that? That's a lot. That's like that's what I mean about rationalizing that. How much money is this exactly? That's a lot of money. So that means, okay, let's say, fellas, all right, if I'm remembering correctly, SLS this year was allocated the entire, like, well, exploration ground systems. Actually, let's just say SLS. SLS was allocated, like, this year, I think it was $4 billion, I think. It's somewhere between $4 and $5 billion a year. 10 Powerball winners. That's Scrooge McDuck swimming in bills. Oh, well, there you go. Wow, that's pretty damn convenient. Well, the answer would be 10 pallets of cash. How many houses is that? How much of your town could you buy with $8.4 billion? Pretty sure you could buy every house in the town, Aqualux. I mean, I live in a pretty big town. So SLS, the SLS program gets funded. I think I'm pretty sure it's $4.5 billion a year. At least that's what the last funding round. It's not called that. That's what the last allocation was for it. SpaceX is. Dude, this is more. This is more than SLS. Like even if like half of this went to SpaceX, like went right back into SpaceX, and we know Elon is notorious for doing this. He's notorious for taking the company's profits, dumping it right back into the workers and the company to put equity in the company. That is his modus operandi. He doesn't take that much of a profit, right? He dumps it all back into the company and maximize equity in said company. Makes it easier to get loans. It makes it easier to do things it makes it easier when you pay your workers. That's weird, right? That seems to be something that a lot of people miss the memo on. Each pallet weighs 2,000 pounds. It would be if each pallet weighs 1 ton, 2,000 pounds, it would be 8,818.5 pallets of cash if it were all $100 bills. That's 948,360 cubic meters of $100 bills per year. That's every year. Guys, that's every freaking year. And the crazy part is, guys, is that the numbers are going up. Look at Sawyer's graph, dude. Look at Sawyer Merritt's graph here. In 2024, how many bitcoins? About probably 4, butter, maybe 350. And the curve is exponential. Yeah, the number projection is up here somewhere. And don't get me wrong, this curve will eventually, it'll probably go up here somewhere. It'll eventually, like it's a bell. It's a bell. It'll eventually stabilize, right? As there's only so many people that can buy Starlink here, but the reasonable extrapolation is that it's going up for a little bit of time. You got to remember, that's right now. That's right now. There's no way this graph flatlines. There's no way it goes up to here and then goes this way. It's going that way. It's trending in this direction. And from there, you can extrapolate a bell curve. They're gonna keep going until they fill the service, till all the services all the services are fulfilled. Like everybody has a Starlink that wants a Starlink, right? There's a theoretical max, and then it's just growth from there, which is. Two of the stacks from the Dark Knight. Oh my goodness. Is that a moon in the top right of the graph? Brother. Brock says about 65% of the world population is connected to the internet. Dude, if even if SpaceX puts that number, Dissipated Joe, even if they put it to 75%. They're gonna do it, man. They're gonna do it. What is gonna, like, I don't mean to invoke some bad juju here, but what's gonna stop them? Dude, we're going, like, dude, I don't, barring some crazy catastrophic event, like, SpaceX is gonna do it. They're gonna do it. They're gonna get us to Mars, man. They're gonna do it. Like, I've never said this out loud on stream before because I've never been fully convinced, right? Because you don't count your chickens before they hatch, and perhaps that's what I'm doing right now. But having the money behind you is a big deal. That is a big deal. I was going to say World War III. You know, that would be so typical, boys. That'd be so typical, you know? A war is what basically hosed the Apollo program. That'd be so typical, right? Like, is it bad if I'm almost expecting that? Like, it's like, yeah, this is too good to be true. This is ridiculous. Like, come on. That's a little under an Empire State Building made of $100 bills. World War III could also be steroids to SpaceX. Holy crap, you're not wrong, dude. I mean, I hate thinking about it like that. I don't usually think this way, but I guess the supply chain is the biggest limiting factor in how quickly they can get new customers. Dave, Starlinks are in Walmart, dude. I was at the Walmart in Plymouth the other day, Plymouth, Mass. Dude, they had Starlinks on the shelf. On the shelf. Like right next to the crappy Walmart TVs that they always have. Like there's Starlinks. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. Like anybody could just go in, you could just go buy a Starlink, right from a store. Like you could get it in a brick and mortar store. That's absurd. I don't know if you guys have been to the department store lately, been to a Walmart or anything. I was looking for cables for the setup. It's freaking Starlink in there. You could buy it at the store. Starlink, has the Starlink aviation pricing been previously announced? What is this? Saw them by the registers in Home Depot the other day. Sigourney, you bought one at Home Depot. Dude, this is nuts. This is nuts, man. I always try to keep things in perspective, dudes. I always try to keep it in perspective. Okay? You know, because, you know, you see Flight 7, you see Flight 8, you see the stuff exploding, and, you know, it seems like every step forward that the space program makes, you get 2 steps back. And don't get me wrong, this is why I said, you know, maybe saying they're going to get to Mars might be counting your chickens before they hatch. It's all, like, I'm just so used to just, oh, we're going to do it. Nah, never mind. It's like, oh, we are so back. It's so Jover. It's so Jover. No, we're back. No, it's Jover. No, we're back. No, never mind. Right? Like, I'm waiting for the other shoe to fall. But, dude, I just don't see it here. How? I mean, SpaceX has bucked every single one of these. It's so over, we're so back. It's so over, we're so back. They bucked every single one of them. Thus far. You know? You'll never make low cost to orbit. You'll never get to the space station. It gets to get to the space station. Oh, you'll never get to the space station twice. Gets to the space station twice. Oh, you want to make it reusable? That's never going to work. You want to land one? No way. No way. I did it out of order. You want to land one? No, it lands one. No, you'll never reuse it. Reuses it. No, you'll never reuse it twice. Reuses it twice. No, well, reusability isn't profitable. Reuses it 30 times. No, it's not profitable. It's not profitable. The reusability is not profitable. It's not. No. They'll never make a profit off of this. They'll never make a profit off of that. Like, SpaceX has bucked every single one of these other shoe falling trends. You know what I mean? Yeah. Baz, I know what you mean. Yeah. You're using not only first stage, but the fairings too. I bet they'll never reach Joule, though. Yeah, right. Keep proving the doubters wrong. Dude, they have... Guys, that even from this year, that's enough. You know, SpaceX keeps making this money. If they make this money, if this goes up here by the end of the year, and there's no reason to say that it wouldn't, if this goes up here by the end of the year, that number goes over $10 billion. That means in 3 years, taking into account, like if it just stayed flat by the end of this year, so exponential growth until the end of the year and then flatline, in 3 years, SpaceX would have enough to do the constellation program. The entire constellation program. Not like Ares 5, not Ares 1, the entire thing. Constellation was projected, even with its overruns and schedule misses, that it was going to take about 10 years and $30 billion to do. SpaceX will make enough money to fund an entire constellation mission in the next two and a half years. The entire thing. Like, not one rocket. No, the whole thing. They could do the whole thing. Getting to Mars is expensive, though. What do you think the Constellation program was trying to do? You ever seen the test videos of the original Falcon 9s going up and hovering with its legs out? What do you mean, have I ever seen them? I watched them. Will the shadow from these new satellites be cool? Will the shadow from the new satellites cool the Earth? No, not even close, friend. They're not nearly big enough. How's the car progressing? I'm having some trunk fitment problems, Alamander, but I think I can work it out. I figured out what's causing that clearance problem on the left side. The driver's side rear leaf spring perch is just a little bit too high in one spot. I got to grind it down and re-weld it. And then the trunk pin will fit nice and snug. Be perfect. It will be perfect. I will get it perfect. I'd say that my left leaf spring perch is off by maybe 2 millimeter at best. Actually, probably 3. It's still within tolerance, but I can do a very quick and simple thing to get it in tolerance, like right now, and get the trunk pan perfectly flat on the frame rails, which will make it a lot easier to weld. I'm working on it, dude. We're working on it. How much do you think they're investing in Starship? Cheeseburger, if I had to guess, with all the SpaceX is building, keep in mind, they're building 2 factories. They have one being built at Starbase, and they have the other one being built at the Cape. Starship is a multi-billion-dollar a year operation. I would say at least $2 to $3 billion a year, at the very least. I mean, we saw in an EIS testimony or something, SpaceX said that running Starbase is like a $4.5 million a day endeavor. Times that by 365. That's $1.64 billion a year to operate Starbase. Right? I had to do that on the calculator, okay? So keep in mind that they're doing that at the Cape as well, or they're going to be doing that at the Cape, and that's where I'm getting my $2 to $3 billion number. That's crazy. That's crazy. Dude, that is a private company going toe-to-toe with SLS funding for the most part. I mean, SLS is still a little bit higher. It's crazy to think about, but it's still a little bit higher. What is SpaceX's total revenue? No idea, Hellfish. SpaceX is still making peanuts compared to Ingredia. You made a typo there. So on to Duffy. I just, yeah. God, Green, link me up. Sorry, I got my user's name with that begin with the name G confused for a second in my head. $15 billion in revenue this year. Where's that source coming from, Baron? Not because I don't believe you. You're pretty good at this. I just want a source, that's all. Something to tee up. It has music. All right, Mutter. Oh, Relativity's update. Yeah, their monthly update. Based on this deal, SpaceX is at 212 a share with a company value of 400 billion. Here's your source. I'm not sourcing you because I don't believe you. I'm sourcing it so I have something to link to when I tell people this. Oh yeah, perhaps an interesting milestone. SpaceX commercial revenue from space will exceed the entire budget of NASA next year. SpaceX revenue this year, 2025, will be 15.5 billion. Jesus Christ. I've seen this tweet before, guys. I've seen
Discovery, go at throttle up.
You know what the nutty part is? That can't be, that number can't be in anticipation of the deal that just happened, meaning that number is going up next year. I mean, he said it, he almost said it right there. What happens if a company reaches its market cap? Well, okay, finance people, economy people, anybody that knows this better than I do, please chime in. I'm not sure I understand this completely, but your market cap is your market evaluation. So that is, okay, let's say I'm the CEO of the EJSA, and I say we want to launch 100 rockets this year, and every one of those missions is profitable. Right? And if we launch 100 this year, this is how much money we're going to make. This is how, this is how what we're going to do. I announce a plan, right? Your market evaluation is there based off of your company's goals and whether or not you can achieve them or not. So a market cap is like, oh, EJ said he's going to launch 100 rockets. If he launches 100 rockets, he'll probably make this amount of money. So this is how much money the company is going to be worth based off of that. Does that make sense? Did I get that right, dudes? At what point does NASA say yes to Daddy Elon and SpaceX? 2028 is my guess, goalie. Market cap is the number of shares plus the value per share. It's not a hard cap. Yeah, it changes. Kyron said it better than I do. I tried to explain it in plain English. It's the number of shares versus times the value per share. There you go. It's not a, long story short, Flykin, it's not a limitation. It can be reevaluated once you change your goals. Right now, with like Morgan Stanley, a financial company, right? They value SpaceX's market cap at 450 billion, right? And that number will go up, especially with this direct-to-cell deal. I just worried about Uncle Sam getting worried about SpaceX's power. They might push SpaceX to split Starlink into its own company. I don't think they will, Baron. I don't think they'll do that. Starshield. See all systems last. Okay. According to Wall Street Journal, Starlink has driven a major... Oh, chat updated. has driven a major part of the recent revenue gains from SpaceX. According to analysis tracking the company, Quilty Space, a consulting firm, estimates Starlink revenue is set to grow to 12.3 billion this year from 7.8 in 2024. I think Flykin meant market saturation is in the maximum market share available to be reached. It's possible, Shmam. Like I said, I'm not. This is going to sound so stupid because I don't run my own business, but I'm not the best at this. I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good at capital allocation myself, right? Like the shop. I would say my computer, but I had the money for that. You guys just beat me to the punch. I used it to buy a heat pump, by the way. I went and picked it up over the weekend, just in case anybody was wondering. Anyway. Yeah, like in long story short, it's fluid. It can change. Yeah, I got a, if anybody's wondering, if anybody knows heat pumps, I have a, it's a Mitsubishi. A PKA A18HA7. It's a 18,000 BTU heat pump. If I'm understanding that right. Yeah, got it for $1,000, which is not what those are worth from my understanding, from my current understanding. Yeah, it's not limited, Flykin. Yeah, I tried to explain it in plain English without being like, oh, it's shares and this, but yeah. Those are very good. That's what everybody says. 18K for your office or the garage? Office. I may have... So, like I said, I got an HVAC guy. I may have over-exaggerated on how hot it gets in here. He's like, oh, you need a heat pump for a server room. And I'm like, I need a heat pump for a server room. He's like, I can get you one of those. Evo 10 is faster. You know, the Evo 10 is nice, Paul, but I've always been a fan of Eclipse GSXs. I thought those were super cool cars. That's way overkill for your office? Well, I'm just going to have to keep the door open and just heat and cool the entire garage. I mean, my paycheck's going to hate me, but or my electric bill's going to hate me, but hey, whatever. For the HVAC noobs among us, can you explain what a heat pump does and how it works? Yeah, sure. It does exactly... So heat... Okay. I'm going to try to do this without getting into thermodynamics and how heat actually works, Dan, etc., etc. So heat is quantitative, okay? So it can be measured, meaning that you can put heat, like say I had a block of metal. I can flux heat in the form of energy into that, right? And it can absorb a certain amount of energy. It's a certain amount of heat energy, okay? It's like similar, think about it, it's analogous to this, but it's not exactly the same. You think about it like pouring water into a cup. You pour water into a cup, eventually the cup's going to overflow if you keep pouring it. You put heat, you pour heat into a block of whatever, aluminum, right? It'll eventually overflow with heat, and when it overflows with heat, it hits critical mass, it'll melt. It'll melt, right? Like you have metal here, you put a torch on it, it's going to melt eventually, right? What does a heat pump do? So a heat pump can pump heat in and out, right? Obviously, you want to heat a room, right? This room has a certain theoretical maximum amount of heat that it can absorb before it stays warm, right?
Discovery,
if I have
go
the
and
door
throttle.
open, right? You know, if I have the garage door open in the middle of winter, it's going to get really freaking cold in here. All the heat will move away. It'll try to fill up the atmosphere, and that's not going to work, right? That doesn't heat my garage. But if we keep it closed in here, like we close up all the doors, we make a nice seal, we got some good insulation, right? Insulation prevents thermal flux. It prevents heat from leaking out of your proverbial glass, right? The heat pump can pull any ambient heat out of the atmosphere and pump it in here. Or vice versa. You can do it, you can pull heat out of the building you're in, or you can put heat in the building that you're in, just like filling up your water, your cup with water. You could take the cup and you could pour it back into the bottle. The heat pump can do that. It pumps heat because heat is quantitative. It's an amount. You can measure it in joules, actually. Believe it or not, you measure it in energy. Well, nobody does that, though, because it's the United States and we're weird, so we use British thermal units. Yeah. So how it does that is basically what an air conditioner does. Okay. You have an air conditioner at all, Dan? Like a window unit or a floor unit or something? Or like the thing that I have in here that's cooling us right now? With AC, you have a hot pipe and you have a cold pipe, right? The cold pipe is what comes out. That's what blows into your room. But if you touch the other side of the air conditioner, it's really, really warm. The air conditioner, so how an air conditioner really works is it takes all the humidity out, and that lowers the temperature. And that creates a ton of condensation on the other side of the thing, and it also makes it really hot, right? The heat pump is an air conditioner that can go in either direction. That's all it is. If you want to reduce it to its base element, it's an air conditioner that can suck and blow. Rule Britannia. Hey, BTUs are what we use, zombie. I'm just saying. You have central AC. Well, okay. Well, if you have central air conditioning, that means you have a condenser outside. It's that thing with the fan on top that looks like a radiator. That thing. The heat pump can reverse the flow of that thing. It's one of those, but it can reverse. It can pull heat out or put heat in. I got a mini split. Yeah, that's what it is, Hired. It's a Mitsubishi mini split. PKA H18 or something. So heat pumps are very, very energy efficient because they just move heat. That's it. They just move heat back and forth. They're very good. Yeah. So, yeah, all our heating and cooling problems, once I get this installed, are gone. Yeah, we don't have to worry about that. We don't have to worry about frying another motherboard. Also, it keeps, they dehumidify as well. So we don't need to worry about the temperature and the humidity fluctuating in here anymore. Yeah, that I told you I'd solve that problem. But yeah, long story short, heat is quantitative. If you think about it like you could just put more heat into something or you could take more heat out. If you think about it like filling up a glass of water, same idea. Or charge on a battery. Heat is just energy, right? Now, the interesting thing is that like electrical resistance creates heat energy. It creates heat because electrons and stuff, dude. Right? You ever have a short on a wire? It gets really super freaking hot, right? Yeah. Heat energy. That's what happens when your proverbial wire overflows with electricity. It just ends up being heat and fire. I work on aircraft AC systems, so now I have some understanding of how the conditioning works in general. We use air cycle, though, not vapor cycle. Yeah. I'm not 100% sure how they work on an airplane, but like an air conditioner works evaporating and condensing gases. Yeah, like Freon or something, or 134, R134 or R12 on like an older car. The heat pump kind of does that, but once again, it can reverse the loop. The loop can go in either direction, which is super cool. Yeah. Does it still use the method of compressing and expanding gases? Yeah, Flykin. So okay, all right, let me get into air conditioning, all right? That was the basic explanation. Here's the more difficult one. So there's this thing in physics. It's called the ideal gas law. It's PV equals nRT. That's the ideal gas law. What that basically says in plain English is that when gases decompress, they lose energy. They lose heat. So if you decompress something, it's going to get very cold. So like if you guys ever have used a keyboard duster to blow out your keyboard, you let it all go at once, it's going to start getting really, really cold. The opposite of PV equals nRT is that when you compress gases, they get really freaking hot, right? You could potentially get phase change depending on the gas. Freon, the thing that your refrigerator uses, or I mean, fridges don't use Freon anymore. Everything uses R134. Long story short, there is a chemical, it's R134 that, or I mean, actually nowadays it's propane and stuff, believe it or not, because hydrocarbons are really good at conducting heat. Fuel doesn't boil unless you really overheat an engine in a car, right? So there's a type of, they use a type of chemical that's basically really good at phase change and really good at absorbing heat. So what happens is you have your evaporator, and then you have a compressor, and then you have a condenser, and then you have a heat exchanger. So it's a loop, right? So you go from your heat exchanger, which is like on the front of your air conditioner. Like if it's an air conditioner, it's blowing the cold stuff. It's super cold, right? It exchanges heat, and then it goes through, what would it need to get heat? It would go through a condenser, right? To basically bring it back down, phase change it, and what is it? You would need phase change, and then you would need to compress it, right? So it brings it back to liquid, and then they compress it, right? Oh, the compressor is inside the heat exchanger. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble visualizing this in my head. I'm sure I could pull up a diagram. I don't know why I don't do that. But long story short, you're changing the phase of the gas, and it gets hot and cold, and hot and cold, and hot and cold, right? You have a compressor on one side and a heat exchanger on the other, condenser and evaporator over here. And it'll go hot to cold, hot to cold, hot to cold. It'll basically, and then there's a fan that blows through the heat exchanger, right? That blows the cold air into the room. That's what an air conditioner does. The heat pump can do that, but the cycle can reverse. You can put it in reverse so it can pull heat out. Because once again, condensing and evaporating per the ideal gas law, you can absorb that heat. It's basically like pouring water into the glass and then dumping it out outside. R11234 is the newer refrigerant in cars. That's what it's called, Brandon. Sorry. I was trying to visualize like 30 things in my head all at once, and it ended up not working. But yeah, that's the idea, dude. That's the more nerdy way of saying it. It uses phase change of gases and the ideal gas law to basically make heat, right? You can pull heat out of nothing if you compress a gas. Well, you don't pull it out of nothing. You pull it out of the atmosphere. There's heat around us right now. Even outside, right? Even outside in the dead of winter, when it's like 0 C, there's still heat. There's still heat. The sun is still out. The sun is still shining. Snow will still melt. There's still heat. There's just not a lot. For cooling, it's compressor, evaporator, condenser. Yes, you're right. I'm sorry. I realized like halfway through that I didn't visualize it right, but it was good enough to get the point across. I know how an air conditioner works. I literally have one behind me that I took apart and cleaned to get it working in hopes to cool this room so I don't fry another motherboard. That's the other thing that I did when I cleaned my office out and changed everything, dudes. Last Starlink news before we move on. Maxar satellite conducting a routine Earth observation captured this shot of a SpaceX Starlink satellite. Oh, that's cool, man. Right on. 0 C is still 273.15 Kelvin. Plenty of heat energy to gather. There you go. Yeah. Aqualexo, do you think people here are ready to know why Kelvin is the best way to measure temperature of things? You think people are ready for that? That's what Kelvin's a measurement of, guys. Frick Celsius, frick Fahrenheit. Kelvin is the right way Kelvin's the right way to measure things. Routine Earth observation over a military base. Yeah, I'm sure that's not weird at all. That's what Kelvin is. Kelvin basically. You know what? I'm gonna look up the definition before I screw it up. But here. The Kelvin scale is an absolute temperature scale that starts at the lowest possible temperature, absolute 0, taken to be 0 K, and yeah. It basically measures the heat in things. That's what it is. That's what Kelvin is. Hello? Just stress your CPU from time to time. With what? With what? That's my problem. With what? What the heck are we going to push this thing with? Purple, it doesn't care. It doesn't care. It doesn't give a frick. Cities 2, it ran a 550 pop city with no problems. It wasn't even breaking a sweat. What the hell do I use to stress this damn thing? Benchmark testing software? You guys want to stream this I was about to say, you guys want to stream this computer getting benchmarked, but yes, I'm pretty sure a lot of you want that, actually. KSP Slick 6 with Super Colin. Need to start rendering stuff. If you really want to bake someone's noodle, go into explaining heat death theory. Yeah, no. Cyberpunk, it didn't care, Nova. It didn't care. I drove around Cyberpunk with every single bit of graphics turned up. Does not care. 6,000 mods in KSP with Venture Star. People are blooping with the combos. Isn't that crazy, though, dudes? But yeah, I did get a heat pump. Yeah. And I'm decently good at capital allocation for this business. Flight Simulator 2024 on max settings might give it a run for its money. Shoot, man, we're going to have to try. You know what would be a good idea? Okay, all right. I'm just brainstorming here. This isn't a guarantee. I'm not promising nothing. All right? It would be a good idea. I said we have until September 22nd, when summer ends, to beat my summer car. I'm only going to play summer car during the summer. I think that's a fun rule. We play summer cars usually on Wednesday nights. What we could do after September 22nd, is bring Wings Wednesday back in the form of trying to make my computer catch on fire in Flight Simulator. Anyone? Yeah? No? Maybe? I got my yoke and rudder pedals. They're right over there. Just ready to go. So an immortal run. You shut your... Mutter, did you see the latest patch notes for summer car? Sounds good. All right. Tentatively, we'll plan that. Mutter, did you see the latest patch notes? In fact, I'll announce it again just in case anybody missed it. The latest patch notes for my summer car include a patch that makes it so traffic will avoid player flipped over vehicles in the frigging road. They'll stop. That's bull snot, man. If I just procrastinated a little bit more and waited until this stupid patch came out to play summer car again, been fine. But no. I don't know, man. People have theorized that he probably watches the stream, but also, it hurts. That hurts a lot, man. That hurts. Can we get a mulligan on that last play? Yeah, I wish, dude. Problem is that it deletes the save when you die. Yeah, I know, Alex. It's so weird. It's too damn funny to believe he doesn't watch. I know, man. I know. And you get angry with us for calling out your procrastination. Yep. Should have just listened to my gut, man. My gut said, don't play summer car. But wasn't not stopping for flip trucks on the road accurate to real life? I don't know. I know we could do something like that. Anyway, how about World of Warplanes with viewers? I don't know, maybe. Anyway. All right. Green Dragon, where's that news? Here, I'll get through the other news while everything else is going on. Axiom has some exciting news here. The FAA has officially granted a favorable payload determination for our first Axiom module. Payloads, power, and thermal module. This key milestone confirms our commitment to safety, compliance, and advancing space innovation. A big thank you to our team and partners for making this possible as we continue pushing the boundaries of commercial spaceflight. Well, that's cool that you said you could. Where's the module? We need that. You kind of need that part. But that's cool that they did. Next bit, speaking of space station modules, is coming from VAST here. Major General Stephen Purdy. He's a pretty guy. No one's ever made that joke. Acting Assistant Secretary of the U.S. Air Force and Service Acquisition Executive for Space visited VAST headquarters in Long Beach, California, to see firsthand where the world's first commercial space station is being built, bringing space station manufacturing back to America for the first time in 2 decades. The tour included a visit to the VAST Mission Control Center, our secure center for monitoring and communicating with the VAST space station. Guys, I have nothing against VAST. I love VAST. Rigby. Max Hout's awesome. Their Mission Control Center looks like a goddamn Apple store. Okay? I'm sorry. I love VAST. That's amazing. It looks like an Apple store. The iPhone display is right over there. All that being said, I will still like it because I think VAST is cool. But also, please, just... It's nice. This is nice, right? Well, where's your real control center? Not looking like an Apple store? Is the answer to that question. Yours is fake? You sure about that? You sure? Are you sure about that? You sure about that? Are you sure about that? You need more monitors? I do need more monitors. I have to get more than Kevin. Kevin has 2 rows of 5 and then 2 big TVs behind the 2 rows of 5. Count that as 12 monitors. I need more monitors. You're right. You're absolutely right. We need more. Is AI generated? Look, I mean, look, it even says mission control on the wall, so it must be true. It says it right there. Look. Your ROM's off. No, it isn't. What's that then? At this point, you need more eyes? Nah, I'm good. I'm good. Nah, come on. It's fine. AI wouldn't generate anything that ugly. Anyway, they need a Kevin touch. Nah, their mission control is pretty cool. Seriously, though, looks like an Apple store. Anyway, next news. Oh, yeah, SpaceX Static fired this over the weekend. You guys might want to see this. It'd be, you know. You look like an Apple store? Yeah, well, you look like a whack, a whack, a whack, a whack. Stream reference. Not all will get it. I'd like to point out that SpaceX did this in the middle of a rainstorm. If you know, I don't know if you guys could tell, it is raining out. Like, you could see the raindrops. Things get funny when you start bringing matter down to a few millikelvin, because temperature is average momentum, and position momentum is one of the pairs of values that share a limit of knowability under Heisenberg. Yes, the uncertainty principle. When you start restricting the possible momentums to a narrow band, their possible locations start spreading out so much that all of the atoms start overlapping, and the universe goes, this is all the same, and they blur into one object. Look up Bose-Einstein condensate. Cool. Free sound suppression. Yeah, that's pretty cool, man. Neat. So you're saying they can actually static fire in the rain. I'm pretty sure this seals the deal there, that they can do that, yes. I mean, feast your eyes, chat, because that's the last time you'll see a booster do that on that pad. Dude, look at the flow phenomenon going on here. Look. This thing, the rocket engines are pushing out so much gas so ridiculously quickly, it is siphoning the air around it, and it's making a vacuum. The pressure drop here is ridiculous. So the condensation is coming off of the booster, right? And it is making so much low pressure that because the engines are shooting gas out so fast, it's pulling a bunch of air with it. Look, the gas goes out around the donut and gets sucked back in. Look at that. Oh, that's sick. That's so cool. Do you know how much energy and pressure you need to make gases turn like that? Air doesn't like to change direction, guys. There's so much pressure drop down here. If you could somehow survive standing on that staircase, you would suffocate. Now, there's no air to breathe. It's nothing. It's just low pressure. I mean, you'd die for like 1,000 other reasons, but also it's still pretty damn cool. So it air cools the exhaust. There's way too much heat down here to be air cooled. That's why they have a sound suppressor down there, dude. That's why this thing exists. I mean, Graham, look, they're fluxing enough heat to basically burn off that fountain of water that's coming out immediately when it comes out of the deluge. That's crazy, dude. I mean, look at where this water is going, guys. Okay, so just for point of reference here, right? It's shooting the jets out in between each leg of this pedestal, right? We know that the pedestal, this is about 5 stories off the ground, right? You know from the staircase that's right there that we can't see, right? It's 5 stories off the deck right there. They're shooting water about 60, 70 feet high here. And look, it just evaporates it. Gone. And what you're seeing here, very interesting, I mean, for the people that care, we were just talking about thermodynamics and air conditioning and stuff. Look, you see how this steam is kind of a different color when the engines are firing right here? Once again, it's from the light that's being given off from the flames. But if you look, like, the steam kind of changes color a bit, I guess is the right way to say it. It kind of becomes, it's not like poofy like this. It's this color. It's not that. It's not like this lighter color. That's steam absorbing heat. Steam can only absorb so much heat. Now, don't get me wrong. Water is one of the best conductors of heat that we have by a long shot, right? But it can only absorb so much, right? And that's what this steam is. That's fully saturated, which is really, really cool. This is not a Block 2 booster. This is the last operable Block 1 booster that SpaceX has. Technically, 12 still exists. Technically, 12 is operable. They're not flying 12. They are scrapping 17. They had 3 boosters left. 12, 15, 17. This is 15. And not only is this 15, guys, that's 15-2. That booster flew on flight 8. This thing has been to space already. Crazy, right? I hope they keep the deluge plate somewhere. Great for a floor display. I have a cool video of flow entrainment from a static fire at school. I need to find it. Yep. Do you think the V3 booster will need any internal bracing between the grid fin mounts like the top of booster 15? No. No, the braces are internal, Phil. The braces are internal. You know how I know? Grid fins. So the V3 boosters get caught on basically a little nubbin that's on the front of the grid fin assembly. We know that. We've seen it, right? So where would your bracing be? So you have your grid fin. Your grid fin is going into the tank, right? Or into the top of the methane tank, right? You have 3 of them, right? The 2 that are on the sides are going to be the ones where you'd need a bracer bar. Those 2 are probably braced together because that's your point of structure. If I had to guess, it's probably an internal brace that looks kind of similar to the inner tank on the external tank from the shuttle and SLS. Probably looks like that. I've never seen it. I can't prove that it's there. Where else are you going to put the brace, right? You need to have some kind of some type of cross member there because if the point of load is being put on the grid fins, right, the grid fins are going to want to do this. And if you have them connected in the center with a crossbar, doesn't matter. Just hold the thing up. When steam goes transparent like that, you know it gets extra. It's extra angy. Yep, little spicy steam right there. You know, I mean, that's another thing. It's insane that the amount of energy you need to make that to do that to water is crazy. Because once again, guys, steam is the reason why you are watching this right now. It's why you're watching this. Now, it doesn't matter if you get power from coal, oil, gas, nuclear. It doesn't matter. If you're getting power from any one of those 3, and I'll bet you that 99% of you are. Now, that's not to say that you don't have wind power, or hydroelectric power, or geothermal power. Most of our power is generated from fossil fuels and nuclear. I don't care how you feel about that. It's the truth right now. Should it change? Yeah, maybe. The average person doesn't understand energy density, but that's why I'm telling you this right now. All of those power plants use steam. All of them use steam. They generate steam. It's just the manner of heating up the water. And you need a lot of energy to heat up water to get it to spin through a turbine, right? And that turbine's attached to a generator, and that generator generates your power. Most of you are watching this with some form of power generation from nuclear or fossil fuels. And if you are, that means steam is the reason why you're watching this. Yep. Hi, not in Quebec. More like Quebec, more like Copebec. Am I right? My joke was good. I stand by it, Element. What did you say? You're full of hot air. Shut up. It's a Block 2. At some point, SpaceX will reclassify everything after Booster 14 as Block 2. All right, whatever. Anyway, if you're not good, congratulations on your not as good power generation method. Except if it's hydroelectric. Hydroelectric is ace. Steam is the reason I'm playing RimWorld right now. I mean, steam is what enables it's what enables this stream, dude. To be honest with you, my power is generated via fossil fuels. Don't really like that because there is a nuclear power plant down the street from my house that's not an MPP anymore because we don't want to. It got too old and we can't operate this because it's old. And building another one, nah. Nah, I'd be surprised if the politicians in this state could build like a 3x3 dirt house in Minecraft. I'd be very surprised if they could pull that off. What? Why are you booing me? I'm right. Buy the power plant. I'm pretty sure the Nuclear Regulatory Commission would have something to say about that. You advocate rocket reuse, but not reusable energy? What? How did you pull that from what I said, Fazilla? No. Nuclear. Nuclear is the way to go if you want to have that conversation. Nuclear, wind, solar, hydro, and then battery storage for it to back it all up. I have a battery plugged into my damn computer right now in the uninterrupted power supply. Why the hell shouldn't a power grid do that? There is one guy, some of you don't like him. There's one guy that's working on this and trying to fix that. Just putting it out there. I'm just putting it out there. Just putting it out there. But see, the thing is I don't have a problem with fossil fuel generation either. I really don't. I don't have a problem with that. People are not going to like what I have to say. Fossil fuel power generation is renewable. It's just renewable on a much longer time scale to the point where you might as well not call it renewable. I mean, plants, most of the oil that we have is decaying plant matter that's been in the freaking crust of the earth for a really long time. On a long enough timeline, it will replenish, but I don't think anybody understands that we doesn't replenish fast enough. Whatever. It's fine. Nuclear. Yay! Nuclear, right? Wildland's 107-month resub. To be clear, it's not just the one guy. Oh yeah, no, it's all the guys. They all blow hot air, right? Wait, what were you talking about? Did you replace your UPS when you got the new computer? Those batteries only last 5 to 7 years. This one still's got some shelf life on it, Jeff. I have not replaced it. I point down there because that's where it used to be. It's not. It's on my cool server rack thing that we made where the encoding PC is. It's cool. Yeah, Nader, of course. Powerwall is amazing. We had 3 outages last year and I didn't even know until PG&E sent you a text 10 minutes later. PG&E, Sigourney. That makes a lot more sense why you have Powerwall. Yeah. It lets out more CO2 than nature can handle. But see, here's the thing, fellas. If we're really going to have this conversation, I don't think we should be burning oil at all. Oil is a precious commodity. You need that to make anything. Putting it in a power plant and burning it is stupid. That's a really bad. What a waste. What a waste, man. Like, don't get me wrong. I get why. There's nothing that's that cheap with that kind of energy density. That's the big deal. There's nothing that's that inexpensive that has the energy density that gasoline does, for instance. I get it. I'm not ignorant when it comes to energy density and thermodynamics when it comes to power generation. That is stuff I know. An air conditioner, though. Just kidding. Plastic seems more essential than power. Yeah, man. Okay, so if we're going to get down to brass tacks, RE power generation, I think you'd be stupid to say that I don't want this. I don't want this type of power. I don't want this. I don't want that. No. You guys don't understand. I am greedy. I want all the forms of power. I want solar. I want wind. I want nuclear. I want hydro. I want geothermal. I want LNG. I want oil. I want coal. Everything. All of it. All of it. Because if you generate more power, you could do whatever. You can do whatever the frick you want. I just don't really believe in being like, oh, it's all, nuclear would probably be a good way to go. Or, oh, let's do all solar. Oh, let's do all wind. No. If it's a bomb, the alarms will go off. Well, all these hotels have bomb detectors, right? Right? No, I don't believe in putting in all your eggs into one basket. You need oil to build things. Every piece of mechanical equipment uses oil as a lubricant. Every single one of them. So you'd be stupid to cut off the oil and gas supply. That would be dumb. So if you're going to do that, maybe some plants as a backup would be a good idea. Just putting it out there. I don't know, like screw me, right? Like I want everything. You kind of need all of those. Maybe not coal, but then again, coal is a very inexpensive way of generating a lot of power. Its energy density is really good considering it doesn't need much refinement. You know what I mean? I believe in diversifying power generation because, dude, where the way we are, the way the world is going, if you generate more power, you can do more things, and doing more things is good. Why not use it? Wouldn't not using it for fuel get more for industry? I don't think we should hamper any form of power generation, Graham. Wind plus storage isn't bad, but I mean, Grab Shark, that's the other thing. You want to do wind? Well, guess what? The gearbox in a freaking wind turbine. What is that lubricated with? Hopes and dreams? No. It's oil. There's oil in those things. Just saying. Like, the wind turbine has a huge reduction gear in it, and that is a huge transmission. That's what that pod is next to the spinny bit of a wind turbine. You need oil to lubricate that. So, why not have some oil power plants too? I mean, personally, I think we should use, like I said, we should use oil to make things, but whatever. But hey, can't have it all your way, right? My big thing is the battery backups. Too. You need to have battery backups. Right? You know, like say we're playing City Skylines, right? Like, and we have a power problem, right? If we had a battery backup, if we had an entire uninterrupted power supply attached to a power station for our city, we wouldn't have that. You wouldn't have to worry about that problem. Just saying. Gearboxes love oil. I know. Yeah. Tornamy, I don't think the gearboxes in my cars like oil though, because they keep puking it up over my shop floor. I don't know what that's about. Maybe it didn't like that flavor. Maybe we should give it a better flavor next time. But yeah, I believe in all types of power generation. Everything. You should have everything because that hedges your bets against one thing being bad and the other one being good. Like, not being bad or good, like just the economy and the way our world works, it's very dynamic. Like wind. Sometimes the wind isn't blowing, or solar. Sometimes the sun isn't out. That's weird. I know. Weird concept. Right? Now, battery backups can hedge your bet against that with solar, which is not a bad idea. That's what Elon thinks. That's a good call. I believe in doing that. But what happens? Okay, nightmare scenario. World War III starts. We need to make things. We need to make a lot of things. And we have solar on a battery backup, right? If you're gonna do a mass flux of industrial, right? Industrial prowess, like scaling up our industry, like what we did during World War II. If we ever have to do that again, God forbid, right? But if we ever had to, your power demands are going to change overnight. They're going to change like that. That battery solar thing ain't going to work. You're not because it's a bad idea. It's not going to work because you're not generating enough power. In that regard, an NPP and oil for quick scalability would be a great idea. Oil or coal would be the quickest and easiest way to scale up power in the event of an emergency. All right, I'm sorry. It's because getting oil for an oil power plant or LNG for an LNG plant or even coal for a coal plant, that's really easy. With the coal plant, it's in the freaking ground. It's like right there. I mean, so is it with oil and nuclear too. But nuclear needs to be refined, right? Do you understand what I'm saying? Does that make sense? I've thought about this a lot. Oh yeah, we got that launch, dude. When's that happening? Holy crap, I forgot all about that. Oh, New Centaur Lima got pushed to 954. Yeah, we'll stream it. Sure, of course. Demo, what up, man? Can you see Elon getting into the nuclear industry? No, John. Elon is all about solar. He thinks we can generate enough power with solar and battery backups. That is going to require a lot of batteries. And you know what, dude? I ain't against that. But I also believe in hedging your bets, dude. An EMP could wipe it all out. Yeah, let's go, Buffalo. Hey, I was rooting for you guys because I don't like Baltimore, Demo. So good job, man. Smash some tables. Yeah. Baltimore choked, and it was really funny to watch, actually. That was like believe it or not, Demo, that was my highlight of Sunday, because the Patriots game wasn't no highlight. Neither was the Lions game. We could just pretend those didn't happen, you know? Hey, sorry, Food. The Patriots played you guys too many times in the AFC. You guys pissed me off. Sorry. I don't like the Packers either, for what it's worth. What about the Pats? They are terrible. Dude, they're terrible. At least Baltimore's good, you know. Neither is Ferrari. We don't. Can we not talk about Formula One, man? Please, please. Panderman, I just look at the race results. I'm just like, the race results didn't win. Okay, not even close to the podium. Well, kind of close this time. It's like, okay, that's enough. All right, that's all. That's all the Formula One I wanted to see today. Get ducked by your Raiders. I hope you guys lose every game after this. Any interest in IMSA or WEC? Yeah, of course, Nate. My buddy, actually, I have a good friend that races in IMSA in the AM series. Yeah. I went to the 24-hour Rolex race in 2024 in the pits. It was cool. It's awesome. It's a good time. Yeah, IMSA's a good time. I like it, but I just look at the results, dude. I don't watch the race because it's not really. I mean, it's kind of a pain in the butt to go and find it. But yeah, one of my buddies races Right Motorsports car M120. It's a Porsche. Good buddy of mine. Dude, they were overseas. They went to where did they race? They raced. I think they did Spa, maybe. I don't know. I don't remember. Did you watch Texas Le Mans? Peugeot did really good, 3 and 4. Peugeot? Why do I care about Peugeot? I don't care about Peugeot, but that's cool. I did watch a little bit of the WEC race because I shut Formula One off. Have you been on a Gato class sub? Yes. Second year in a row where Red Bull screwed up their constructors' chances. Yeah. Hey, you started your dynasty because of the tuck rule. Anthem. Oh yeah, the tuck rule is the reason why we won 6 Super Bowls over the last 20 years. Yeah, you're good. Oh, yeah. Copium. Scree. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Nate, I like him. Yeah, I like all forms of racing, dude. It's just I don't have the time to watch all of them. I watch NASCAR, dude. I don't care. I like racing. Racing is cool. I like racing cars. I like cars. Like racing. I'll watch NHRA, dude. I don't care.
This is space. I'm in
Dragsters,
space.
let's go. It's probably good. Literally gambling, but not gambling with a gifted sub. Because it's not a gamble spending money on EJ. Entertainment guarantee. Cringe. All right, I'll stop. Yep. Have I seen this yet? I don't know. What's this, Sledge? There will be a media teleconference with Sean Duffy and experts for the Perseverance mission to discuss the analysis of a rock sampled by the rover on September 10th on Wednesday at 11. Patriots will forever have flat balls. And the NFL will forever not understand PV equals NRT. It's fine. I could teach Goodell if he wants to learn, how the ideal gas law works. Turns out that they have a spectrum, you have a nominal range of PSI that's allowed by the NFL. And if you deflate a ball within that nominal range and then take it outside in Green Bay where it is in fact cold, physics happens. But I don't expect the NFL to understand any of that, Nader. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Hey, there's commercials on Red Zone, though. That's great, right? Anyway. Sorry. To be fair, solar is the most quickly scalable. Yeah, hydrocarbons are right there, and you just have to dig them up. You also have to build out boilers and turbines to use it when you just stick the solar batteries in a field. No, Aqualix, I'm not saying that solar isn't scalable as well. I'm just not entirely sure that, okay, like, you have oil to make things, dude. Why not use it? Your oil infrastructure would already be set up. If you want to continue using oil, why not just use it in a power plant too? I'm telling you, dude, like, I get it. Those are scalable as well. Solar is scalable as well, but you got to manufacture all those solar panels too. What, are we just going to have thousands of solar panels just waiting in a warehouse somewhere? Why don't we just put them out? And if you put them out, that's all fine and dandy, right? But what if you need quick scale? Dude, you already have your oil and gas industry set up. I would champion every type of industry. That's the wisest move. Dude, I've thought about this. I put a lot of thought into this. Dude, you ain't running a military off of solar, man. And I know that's a little bit of a different argument with power generation, but also, might as well have it. It's better to have and not need it than need it and not have it. Bert Gummer said that, and he was pretty smart. Convert oil and gas plants into nuclear? I'm not sure how tenable that actually is. I actually don't know, literally. But if you could do that, sure. Yeah. You can run a military off nuclear. Yeah, spoken like a true squid. IMO, distributed solar plus storage is the best by far, and it isn't even close. Mandate all new homes to have it. I disagree, Grabshark. A solar panel doesn't keep the Humvee moving forward. It doesn't keep the C-130 flying. Well, we could have actually done SPS. I'm not saying that's what I mean, guys. I'm not. You guys are getting confused because everybody thinks power generation has to be about one way or the other. No. I'm saying do all the things that you're doing and also do all the things that the oil and gas industry is doing. I don't think people get that. I want everything. I want all of it. I want all of it. Every single power form. I want it. Maybe except for wind. I don't really like wind. If I had to say, I don't like one. Another grid do whatever. Yeah, I know, Grabshark. You came in on the. I don't think you came in on the tail end of this conversation. What about fusion? No, I want stuff that's not 20 years away, Enzo. For the last 50 years, I don't want that. Fusion, I do believe in it, and once we get fusion, yes, bring it on. But right now, dude, yeah, what is that going to do? It's going to do a promise. You're going to run your military on a promise? You need oil and gas, dude. I'm sorry. I don't care what anybody says. It's the infrastructure. It's the backbone of our infrastructure. Could we change that over time? Yes. But changing it over time wasn't the original premise for this argument. My argument is that in times of crisis, you're going to need more power and you need to scale quick. It's better to have all forms of power and then just run them more. It's better to have all that infrastructure set up already. You know what I mean? So if, if God forbid we get into another war and we need to start the war effort again, you're going to need to scale up power and you're going to need to do it fast. We're already set up for all this stuff. Use it. Generate more power. Now, store it too. We need batteries. Batteries are the big one. Like I said, my computer has an uninterrupted power supply. Why shouldn't a power plant? Makes sense. Just have a power plant, just charge in a battery, and have that battery as an intermediary into the grid. I mean, the battery ended up being the size of a skyscraper. I don't care. That's cool. I think that's pretty neat. Oh, here's a crazy idea. How about this one, fellas? How about this? We have a nuclear power plant. It has its high voltage output, right? You have your output, and before you step it up into the transmission lines, you build a gigantic battery bank around the perimeter of it. And guess what? Your battery bank, you cover that in solar panels. Not a bad idea. Aqualex, you just want Star Raker to exist. I do too, but don't tell them that. Nah, that's a lot of extra investment for not much gain. It's not about the investment, Strick. It's not about the investment. It's about having all forms of power generation. So for whatever reason your nuclear power plant goes out, you have some way to at least manage the power until you fix it. This way, you are never not generating any power. Does that make sense? I get it in solar. I'm talking a battery bank here that's gigantic. You know what I mean? What if the sun goes nova? If the sun goes supernova, we don't have to worry about that at all. Who cares about your power generation? We're all screwed. Anyway, speaking of this, check this out. This is coming from Starbase Live. This is the highway camera at Starbase Live from NSF. Check this out. Booster quick disconnect. Being moved towards the pad today. That's part of that pad. So pad 2, that is a booster quick disconnect. It's not inside of its armored housing that you see, but it is there. Yes, yes, meat snacks. That's what I'm talking about, right? Like this. See, that's what I mean. Elon's on the right idea. I just want every form of power because I'm greedy, dude. This is what I'm talking about. Cover that sucker with battery banks and solar around your nuclear power plant and on your nuclear. Screw it. The parking lot, solar. Over the transformer array, solar. Over the battery bank, solar. Heck, figure out I know thermodynamics doesn't exactly work like this, but you could even have a scavenging system inside of your condensation tower if you really knew what you were doing. It's a scavenger, and it would never be. I mean, you could use it to generate some excess power with the waste heat from the nuclear reactor, but still, that's what I mean. We do more power. That's my whole modus operandi. RE power generation, everything. I want all of it. I want all of it, man. Because if you're not gonna do it, somebody else will. I thought that was the QD for this pad. No, it's the QD for that pad. Differences. Pump storage, hydroelectricity. Dude, a gravity battery with water is a fine way of doing things. I bring that on too. There's no reason we can't do all of this stuff, guys. What about the other pad? The other pad is getting the concrete poured for the trench. Don't ask me how I know that. In fact, it's almost done. It looks pretty good. What? How about beavers running on a big power wheel? It's a good idea. Should do that. We should do that too. They're expecting Pad 2 to be ready for the end of the year. That's the company milestone, Dill, from what I understand. I already saw it, Varga. Isn't that the OLM ship quick disconnect conversion? Hold on. Let me look at it again. Holy crap, it is. I said that was the QD. I'm wrong. Nope. That's the jerry rigging that they put on top of the of this pads. That's for the ship quick disconnect. The ship not disconnect. I was wrong. I apologize. That's the piece. I didn't know they took it off in one piece. I thought that was a quick disconnect interior piece for that pad, for pad 2. No, you guys are absolutely right. I'm wrong. Dude. Man, that's fast. They static fired the booster yesterday. I don't know what you're talking about, Keeson. Ship slow disconnect. It's not even a disconnect. It's just a hose. Less quick, more connect. Yeah, it's just an umbilical. Yeah, I apologize. That was I looked at it, I'm like, oh, it's got to be the quick disconnect. And then you guys said something, and I looked at it again, and I'm like, wow, I'm stupid. Sorry, I was just thinking about the power generation stuff. Hey, Roger follows. I'm going to follow Roger back. We like Roger. Roger's cool. We have a road delay for Starstool tonight. Guys, T-Man, okay. I got a question. We all know that, all right, we're gearing up for Flight 11. This is the last booster static fire you're going to see from this pad. They're gonna refit it with that thingamajig that's on the trucks. It actually mounts right there. It mounts over this thing, right? They're gonna reconfigure it, right? We're gonna see the ship static fire, right? And then we'll do and then they're gonna do Flight 11, right? My question here is, what's the rush? What is the rush here? I don't understand. They want to get that pad, which is the pad that's over there. We could see that pad in the other picture. Oh, actually, you can't. It's over there by Starhopper. This pad is... Flight 11 is the last flight for this pad. That pad, the one they want ready by the end of the year, is going to be ready by the end of the year. So what's the rush for Flight 11? Do you think they want to start retrofitting pad 1 as soon as possible? Maybe they want to start tearing down this pad faster? Yeah, it's got to be it, dude. You guys are saying all this stuff, and I'm like, damn, that's fast. Why? What's the problem here? No, I guess... Man, I guess this... Dude. I guess this pad isn't long for this world, huh? It's long for that world, maybe. No. Yeah, that makes perfect sense, dudes, right? Like, man, that thing is going to get disassembled real quick, isn't it? It's going to get blown up real fast. Increase tempo, decrease downtime. Yeah, that's a good point. Demo and rebuild is the rush. Dude, 2026 is going to go so hard for Starship. Not, sorry to speak like the kids. It's going to go so hard. Block 3 flights. Pad at the Cape becoming operational probably sometime in the middle of next year, if I had to guess, judging by the progress that I've seen. Man, it's gonna go so hard, dude. Stop stealing our Gen Z culture. It's not stealing, it's appropriating. Graham, is this aura farming right there? Is that what this is? Super heavy farming the auras right now. So, fellas, all right. Here's another hypothetical. Stop! It is, but stop! Oh, you just don't like it that I understand your language. You know this is your fault, right? You're the one that explained it all to me. Congratulations. Congratulations, you just played yourself. It's thrust maxing. Digging out that foundation under pad 1 is going to need some serious tools. Yeah, Element, no doubt, no doubt. I thought they were just going to send it. Nah. I asked Ryan and Sawyer about that on the Flame Trench. Because I was like, they're going to send it. And then I was explaining the question to Ryan, and I was like, no, they're not. I thought about it. I put more than like 2 seconds of thought, and I thought about it. I'm like, no, that's dumb. Why would they do that? It'd be cool, but no, that's dumb. I don't know what that means, Graham, and I don't want to know. You say Mew, I hear Pokemon. Okay? So now my brain just gets really confused. So, okay, here's my question. When does this pad get reconfigured? When does it become operational? It's how you looks, Max. Oh. Scooby-Doo, toilet, France, no hat. Give me 1 second. There we go. End of 2026, 2028, 2027. You know how Giga Chad has the most Chad jawline? Oh, you're talking about that guy? That dude? Yeah, I got you. Full stack on this pad, end of 2026. Yeah, okay, I got you. Q2 27. Wow. Guys, they already have the tank farm, pump array, and tower fort. Yeah, Phil, I don't think it's gonna take that long. I would say, yeah, probably about a year from now. Probably about a year. Could they speed up the demo by not using the water deluge? Yeah, but then you're risking shooting FOD up at your vehicle on liftoff. I wouldn't do that. What is this? Hellfish. Man arrested for driving Formula One car on highway. For 6 years, he roamed the Czech Republic's highways unhindered in his single-seater, but his glory days are now over. Bro. There's no way that's real. Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. It's got to be a replica. So with Formula One cars, guys, they take the motor out and they sell the chassis. Yeah, they sell the chassis. You can buy surplus Formula One car chassis. You can buy the outdated stuff. Certain people sell them. Like some teams sell them to make money. Something like that, Graham. That's so that looks like a from the picture it looks like I don't know, SF 2007, 2008, something like that. It's a Ferrari, but so what they do is you buy the chassis, but you don't buy they don't give you the engine and the transmission. So I mean, there's nothing stopping you putting one in there. Either that or this guy just has a crazy amount of money and just Ferrari sold them the whole thing, because I know Italians. If you went to Ferrari with enough money, right, and they liked you, that's a big part of it. They would sell you an old Formula One car that's working. Sure, why not? They would do that. They'd have to really like you, and you'd have to have a lot of money, but they'd do it. LS swap a Formula One car. Dude, Tesla Max, if we took like a Formula One car from like the, I don't know, like the mid 90s, something like that. Actually, you know what would be good? A Formula One car from the late 80s, early 90s. Those Formula One cars, like right after the turbo era, right? Those things with an LS6 in it, all aluminum LS6 with like a Porsche transaxle behind it. That would scream. That would go really fast. Dude, that's an F1 engine. Take your pick. I just clicked on the first one. The first one just happens to be CNN. D-stroke solid lifter type LS build with 180-degree headers would sound the part. Yeah, Bill, like a 4.8 or something. Sure. Yeah. Like the Vortec 4.8, that would sound, with 8 into 1. That would sound real good, man. Dude, that's an F1 engine. Holy crap, dude. Yo, that has the V10 in it. That has the V10 in it, dudes. Holy crap, that's awesome. Holy crap, that's the V10. It's the sound. The sound, you could tell from the shifts. That's the V10. It's the that noise. Yes, it's that noise. You listen. That's a V10, dude. That's the real engine. Listen. Oh! I love it. It sounds so good. It sounds like a pod racer. They lifted Anakin's pod racing sounds from Formula One, dude. It's a Ferrari. It's that car, actually. Well, not that car. Anakin's pod was a whatever the Ferrari was that Ferrari was using when Phantom Menace came out in, what is it, 99? Is that when Phantom Menace came out? Yeah. So it would have been a V12, not a V10. The 12 sounds a little bit different. But the V10, those V10s were crazy, dude. They spun at 20,000 RPM. On, like, the red line was like 22K or something. Dude, it is a force, man. It's, hold on. Has Formula One gotten faster from the 90s? Not until recently did they go as fast as the cars from the early 2000s. The cars from the early 2000s were the fastest around. Those cars, the V10 cars. Everything that's come since has not been as fast. It's only until 2025 that they can get there with a, what is it, a 1.6 turbo with a crazy hybrid system attached to it. Why haven't they gotten faster? Because Formula One is run by idiots who think that Formula One needs to be sustainable. So they keep giving Formula One cars smaller and smaller engines. And guess what? They keep going slower and slower until now. Would an F1 engine have enough torque to spin a Raptor motor? No. Not even close. I went to F1 in the 2000s. Yes. Cars are too, yeah. Guys, you know my boat, the boat of a car that I'm working on in the garage, the Coronet, the crew cab charger. You know that's how long a Formula One and wide. That is the size of a modern Formula One car. They're big. They're too fat. They're just, that ain't a race car. That's an enduro racer. That's an open wheel enduro racer. Yeah, I mean, the F1 car is way lighter than my car. Yeah, the Coronet's probably, I don't know, 3,800 pounds. A Formula One car is like 1,600 pounds. Last pulls. Last pulls. You know, they found him, someone followed him home, then called the cops. That person should have... I have thoughts. But whatever. It's fine. Hold on one second. Yeah, here's the difference. So cars like the one you just saw are the one on the bottom. That's a modern Formula One car. On the top. Dude, it's a freaking boat. What's faster, F1 or NASCAR without the restrictor plate? right now, because NASCAR does the same dumb stuff that Formula One does, the Formula One cars are faster. Formula One cars aren't as fast as IndyCar, though. IndyCar is the fastest, 240 miles an hour. Yeah, Indy cars are the fastest by a long shot, by about 20 miles an hour. F1 cars on a long straight can get up to between 210 and 220. NASCARs go 180, 200 if they took the plates out. Probably, but the thing is, if you took the restrictor plate off on a super speedway, they could go faster than that. The fastest recorded speed ever from NASCAR was Bill Elliott in the 90s in the 94 McDonald's car. It's a Ford Thunderbird. He went 220 miles an hour in a NASCAR. I miss old racing, dude. I miss old racing. F1 has by far the highest cornering speed. Indy is comparable, Nienix, yeah. That's the average speed, not the top speed. That just makes me even happier. Yeah, that hybrid unit actually made Indy slow, which is gross. Like, dude, I want Captain Falcon F-Zero stuff, man. Like, and you can be safe and go fast. That's the part that pisses me off the most. Like, you can make safe cars that go fast. You can do it. We just don't. Formula One wants the cars to use less fuel. They want to use eco fuels. They want to do smaller engines. They want to do all this nonsense because they're trying to show people how you can be green, right? And they run a motorsport racing venue that goes to like 20 locations around the globe. Well, guess what? Some of those races are in Australia, in Japan, in the United States, and Mexico. And all the cars are made in the UK, except for a couple, right? Most of the cars are made in the UK. Ferrari's made in Maranello, in Italy, right? How do you get all that stuff there? Don't talk to me about fuel efficiency. That's gross. You're going to draw the line at the damn car? The damn car is not eco-friendly? That's where you draw the line? What about the truck that moves it? Or the plane that flies them around? Formula One schedule, guys. They can't move these things via ships. Formula One cars pack up into a shipping crate that go into 747s, and they fly them everywhere. Sometimes they even fly the stupid trucks there, too. Just saying. The trucks are not allowed to be V10s either. That was funny. All right, that was good. And now they say the races are too long because the kids prefer to watch the highlights. God, Can we go back to space, please? I don't want to talk about this. I said I didn't want to talk about Formula One, but somehow you guys suckered me into it. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that at all. All right, I got a bit more space news here. Green Dragon, I keep asking him to link me this thing. Hold on. Just in case he's got it muted. Send a message to him. Green, you still here, buddy? Well, there are limits in how small you can be and safely absorb the exponentially increasing energy as you push the speed higher. There's a reason modern cars are boats. No. No, it's not mutually exclusive. Be quiet. Nope. It's not mutually exclusive. You can go faster and you can be safer. Shut up. Don't do that. Don't peddle that nonsense in here again. No, that's wrong. You can go fast and be safe. I'm waiting on that link from Green. If not, I have one. Bling. Storm, but EJ, we need a 9,000-pound Hummer electric vehicle on the road. Yeah, but it can crab. You know, you can go sideways with it. Isn't that cool? Have you seen the YouTube channel? The built a 4-liter V10 in his garage. I have not seen that channel. Alarming. I don't know what channel you're talking about. I'll be honest, faster doesn't always mean more entertaining. No. Formula One is about building the fastest and best handling car, Dink. No. False equivalency. No. I will not peddle this blasphemy in here. Absolutely not. No, you are wrong. In this context. You're not wrong in the context of racing. No. Everybody likes to do that. You say, oh, the racing in Formula One sucks. It does. It's terrible. All right? It's terrible racing. It's a freaking enduro race. It's a freaking parade. Okay? Oh, the midfield racing is so good. I don't want to sit there and see who wins the first loser. Okay? I don't want to do that. I don't want to waste my time doing that. Oh, green. Thank you. Just watch Cars 2. It's a satire on Formula One. Yeah. Where is it? Here we go. The all hands meeting. Oh, and it's an Ars article. Oh, this is going to end real good. All right, what do we got? Let's go. NASA's acting chief is angry about talk that China will beat the U.S. back to the moon. Oh, this is going to be excellent. How about that Michael Dunlop guy? That's what I'm talking about. Guy Martin, dude. Michael Dunlop. That's where it's at. All right. Let's dive in. Put the gas masks on. Let's go. I can tell you what, I'll be damned if that is the story that we write. Okay. NASA's interim administrator, Sean Duffy, said Thursday he has heard the recent talk about how some people are starting to believe that China will land humans on the moon before NASA can return there with the Artemis program. We had testimony that said NASA will not beat China to the moon, Duffy remarked during an all-hands meeting with NASA employees. That was shade thrown on all of NASA. I heard it, and I got to tell you, I got to tell you what, boy. Maybe I'm competitive. I was angry about it. I can tell you what, I'll be danged if that's going to be the story that we write. We're going to beat the Chinese to the moon, boy. Okay, so just in case Hank Hill is distracting. That was shade thrown on all of NASA. I heard it, and I got to tell you, maybe I'm competitive. I was angry about it. I can tell you what, I'll be damned if that's the story that we write. We're going to beat them back to the moon. Okay? Duffy's remarks followed a congressional hearing on Wednesday, during which former Congressman Jim Bridenstine, who served as NASA administrator during President Trump's first term, said China had pulled ahead of NASA in the United States in the second space race. I mean, that's paraphrasing, but yeah, that's the gist of it. Unless something changes, it's highly unlikely that NASA will beat China's projected timeline to the moon's surface, said Bridenstine, who led the creation of the Artemis program in 2019. China has said multiple times that it intends to land taikonauts on the moon before 2030. Yep. With propane, boy. Well, methane. I mean, actually, Blue Moon's lander is using liquefied natural gas. It's using LNG, so there actually is some propane in it. Just saying. I mean, yeah, just saying in case anybody's wondering. A lot of TV appearances. Duffy's remarks were characteristic of his tenure since his appointment 2 months ago by Trump to serve as the interim administrator of the space agency. He has made frequent appearances on Fox News and offered generally upbeat views of NASA's position in its competition with China for supremacy in space. And on Friday, in a slickly produced video, he said, "I'm committed to get us back to the moon before the president leaves office." Sources Sources have said Duffy, already a cabinet member as the Secretary of Transportation, is also angling to remove the interim from his NASA administrator title. Sources. I mean, Eric's sources. This is an Eric Berger article. His sources usually aren't wrong. I mean, he's usually pretty right, so take it with a grain of salt. Like Bridenstine, he has a capable political background and politics that align with the incumbent president. He is an excellent public speaker and knows the value of speaking to the president through Fox News. To date, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to say one thing or the other. I think that sentence is funny. I'm not. It's not disparaging him or the president or making fun of it. I just think that sentence is funny. That sentence makes me laugh. All right. To date, however, he has shown limited recognition of the reality of the current competition with China. It is not just Bridenstine who's concerned about NASA losing to China in space. Respected China analyst Dean Cheng recently told ours, "At this rate things are going, sadly, it seems quite likely that the Chinese will land on the moon before NASA can return to it." NASA is on track to conduct a lunar flyby mission in early 2026. The agency is currently working towards a February launch date for Artemis 2. The administration will undoubtedly seek to promote this as evidence of success. It's not, though. That's a fragment, Eric. The key elements of this mission, including the Orion spacecraft, begun in 2005, and the Space Launch System, begun in 2011. That's not entirely true. The Orion CEV was started in 2005. They basically canceled the program and restarted it in basically after Constellation got canceled. That came around basically around 2012, give or take. It's somewhere in there. They basically just completely redesigned it. They redesigned its service module to be crappier. And yeah, amongst other things. And they redesigned what the capsule is supposed to do. So it's not begun in 2005. It's not. Orion has been around since VSE in 2005. That's not wrong, but it's been through many different iterations. That's like saying Falcon 9 Block 5 has been around since 2008 when Falcon 9, got a contract for COTS. No, it hasn't. It's had Falcon as many different iterations to lead up to Block 5. Same idea. SLS, yeah, if you want to say that, sure. Have been in development for decades and cost more than $50 billion. At one time, Artemis 2 was slated to fly in 2021. Yeah. Nothing should be taken away from the bravery of the astronauts flying the mission, but it is not even as ambitious as Apollo 8 in 1968, which flew into lunar orbit rather than going out to the moon and directly. Well, Shogun, that's essentially what the gateway is. It's basically a staging point to do all of that. I'm sure Eric will talk about it later. NSF just started their launch stream. Well, yeah, but that means we got an hour. PG. Yeah. 15.2 static fire. Burnt DJ's beard off. Yeah. Yep. I mean, am I Mandela affecting myself? I'm pretty sure. Wasn't Apollo 8 a free return? Am I stupid? I might be stupid. My track record has not been great lately. But, like, all I'm remembering off the top of my head is Apollo 8's mission patch, which is it's a pretty awesome patch for what it's worth. Like, it was in lunar orbit for about 20 hours. Okay. I should have remembered that. Anyway. I'd like to be EJ's levels of stupid. I don't know if you want this. This is like a typewriter that never stops. Just... Yeah, okay. So the patch is kind of right, but it's also not kind of right. Anyway, doesn't matter. To actually land on the moon with Artemis 3, NASA will need SpaceX to deliver a human-rated Starship vehicle, Axiom to complete spacesuits, and its own engineers to piece together and sign off on a complex mission plan that will be fraught with risk. The current nominal target for such a mission is 2027, but no reasonable observer believes that's possible. Wait. For Duffy to make good on his promise of getting us back to the moon before the president leaves the office would require a landing by January 2029. Or for Trump to violate the 22nd Amendment. Was that necessary? Why do you got to put that in? Why would you put that in there? Why would you say that, dude? Don't even go there. What's wrong? Eric, come on, man. Why even say that, dude? Dude, that's just not that. Like, come on. Don't say stuff like that, dude. Why would you say that? That's so screwed up. Like, why even put that in there? Like, dude, I'm not, like, I'm indifferent. Like, why even say that? Why even invoke that? Why go there? Like, why throw the spiciness on it? There's no need for that. I don't get it. Like, that was not conducive to the article. Like, that's not I don't know, man. It's just too politically charged for my taste nowadays, dude. I'm sick of that stuff. You know, it's not about hating one guy or liking the other. I'm just so sick of it. It's like, why? Why even go there? Like, that didn't need to be said. But whatever. Like, it's just, you know, like when you're in your group of friends and your group of friends are doing something funny and then one of your friends just goes too far and says something. Everyone's like, dude, what the hell? Like, why would you? Whoa, okay, too far. Like, why even go there? Anyway, I'm going to continue with the article. Like, changes the safety culture? Question mark, period, question mark. One way in which NASA might speed up a lunar landing is by cutting through some of the agency's safety culture, which has multiple layers. For some people within the agency, the multiple safety reviews for NASA's mission are a necessary safeguard after Challenger and Columbia. For others, they are an overgrown bureaucracy that hampers progress. Who are these others, dude? Like, who? Yeah. It's because the guy has talked about it a couple of times and stated intent is to do it while he's in office. Yeah. Yeah. I understand that, Aqualex. So this makes that situation better, mentioning that nonsense? It's not about whether... It's not
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Never mind. Never mind. You missed the point. It's okay. It's all right. I'm just going to keep going. That's not what I'm getting at, dude. That's not that I shouldn't have said anything. It's fine. During his meeting with employee Wheaties? He said Wheaties? During his meeting with employees on Thursday, Duffy expressed the latter viewpoint. For others, they are an overgrown bureaucracy that hampers progress. Okay. We are safety driven and we should be safety driven, Duffy said during the all hands meeting, but sometimes we can let safety be the enemy of making progress. We have to jump forward in our innovation and drive this mission. And there's always a balance to that, but we can't side on the side of doing nothing because we are too afraid of taking risk. We have to push forward. Okay. I feel like those layers are there for a reason and they're paid for in blood. Maybe not a good idea. Okay, Redbeard, what are you saying? Do you agree that the real race is building a permanently inhabited base and utilizing lunar races rather than just getting there first? I'll get to that, dude. Jared has talked about how the safety bureaucracy is hopelessly inefficient. Fellas, look, you can hate Duffy, you can hate whatever. He's not wrong. There is some bureaucratic process at NASA that does slow them down. Now, I don't necessarily think it's safety. I don't think it's safety that does that. I think there is a bureaucratic process at NASA that slows things down, but I think that okay, I guess we'll say it now. I think that the bureaucracy at NASA is way more about lack of goals than anything. If NASA had a clearly defined goal and a set amount of time to do it with a good architecture that was well thought out, the safety meetings just become part of the process. It just becomes part of the process. Any well thought out system is going to have safety built into it. That's why, like, Duffy's kind of right that there is a lot of bureaucratic process, but I don't think barking up the safety tree is the right move. I think the bureaucratic process has much more to do with the fragmented architecture, and that fragmented architecture, like, there's no lander. NASA doesn't have a lander. They have HLS and they have Blue Moon, and those are fine and dandy. But remember, think about what I said. NASA doesn't have their own lander that they operate. I think that has much more to do with the bureaucratic problems than anything. You have to have a solid architecture. You have to have something like Apollo if you want to do something like this. And the safety comes with that territory. It comes with that territory because we have the hindsight of Challenger and Columbia and Apollo 1. Like, safety is not the bureaucratic problem. The safety culture, the safety meetings and the safety bureaucracy, the processes which are involved will fall into place if you have a good goal. Launch is in hold, PC or PG. Okay. We'll see. Cutting corners was the mistake with the shuttle. Update. I did the math on my engine. It has increased efficiency of 0.01%. Woohoo! I wasted my time. Yeah, good thought exercise, though. I think it's hard to separate safety checks and safety theater. A retrospective on post-Challenger changes is a good example, but it's hard to tell where to draw the line in the moment. Very true. Which is why you get ambiguous and indifference to safety procedures in spaceflight. It's hard to say where that safety line is, which is why a good goal will help. I don't know. Screw me. What do I know? I just spend every waking moment thinking about this, like. We saw it, Cajun. Yeah, good stuff. We'll see what happens on Wednesday. In truth, NASA will probably need to relax its safety culture and also see SpaceX, with the ambitious Starship vehicle, deliver a number of miracles in the next few years for U.S. astronauts to land on the moon before 2030. Given SpaceX's history of achievement, this should not be ruled out, but the company still has a long way to go. Money ain't the problem. Figured that one out. Blank check, you can get anything done fast enough. Just saying. The Apollo program did it. SpaceX has funding that's really close to that. To date, Duffy has talked a big game about the space race. The key question is this all high-minded political talk from people who will be gone when Mandarin becomes the lingua franca on the moon? Bro, that was about as cringe as Ted Cruz saying Wrath of Khan was the best Starship movie. There's best Star Trek movie. Come on now. A little more than 5 years ago, Vice President Mike Pence gave a rousing speech in Alabama, setting the goal of landing humans on the moon by 2024, and laying the political groundwork for the Artemis program and all that has followed. He said NASA had to change to be successful. If our current contractors can't meet this objective, then we'll find ones that will. That was a good thing to say back in the day. The year's 2025 and the contractors are still the same. Yeah, the contractors are still the same because Mike Pence was not the vice president after 2020. It has a lot to do with that. No, that's not opinion. That is what happened. Just saying. Kicking the can down the road for your national space program is an unwise decision, and we're bearing the fruits of that unwise decision that people have made, save for President Trump's first term, over the last 15 years. When Jim was in there, they actually made some forward progress on it, which is amazing to me. That's why I like Jim so much. Did the new Centaur Lima rocket scrub? Wow, fresh face EJ always throws me a little. What's up, man? The truth is, they did not know Elon Musk or SpaceX existed in the first administration. If they did, this would have gone differently. Interesting point, Strickler. Wrath of Khan is the best Star Trek movie? Bro, no. The Search for Spock, man. Or Generations. I personally like Generation. I think Generation is a good movie. I mean, Wrath of Khan's up there, but... What are your thoughts on the defining of the OCO satellites? What do you mean, literally? I don't know what that means, actually. F. Okay. P-Gamer. Enough, dude. It's scrubbed? You could just say that. Oh, no. F, real. How about F? You're a gimp. Defunding Orbiting Carbon Observatory. Oh. We can talk about that in a second. Tonight's launch is scrubbed out. Fellas, can I be honest here for a second? That's why I was spamming F. No, I know. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Whatever. Can I be honest here? Fellas, you know, it's gonna, some of this you won't, some of people won't like this, but listen, I'll be honest with you. Sean Duffy, the interim acting administrator of NASA, he's, I do like his optics. I'll be honest with you. This guy's on Fox all the time talking about NASA. He's doing town halls. He shows up for crew launches. Man, the optics can't be ignored. You might not like him. You might not like his boss. I know some of you haven't. Some of you have told me, right? But honestly, he's getting NASA's name out there. And that's not a bad thing. It really isn't. I don't care what anybody says. That is not a bad thing. You can hate Sean Duffy. I mean, he was literally a reality TV star 20 years ago. He's since gotten a law degree since then, but it's still funny to say that. Duffy is not doing, I really don't think he's done a bad job thus far. For an interim acting administrator, he's done quite good. Interim administrators don't usually rock the boat as hard as he does. Like being on Fox, saying we're going to beat the Chinese back to the moon, etc., etc. Even saying that the Senate, like him talking about the Senate confirmation meeting where they said we're probably not going to do it. And him saying, no, that's a load of bull crap. We'll figure it out. You know what, man? I appreciate it. Somebody's fighting for NASA. I appreciate that. Here's the flip side of that, though. I mean, NASA by far and away, and I know NASA by far and away has basically been taken as a joke over the last 5 years. And this is what I mean about Mike Pence not being there. You know, at the end of Eric's article, he said, well, Mike Pence wanted to fire the contractors and hire people that'll do it. Yeah, if he had stayed as vice president, that probably would have happened, but that didn't happen, right? So, you know, we got Bill Nelson in there, and I personally am not, Bill's okay. I'm not too happy with how he ran NASA, and I'm not too happy with his administrations. Like, they basically just put a pause button on NASA and just kept NASA paused. Like, and you could say, oh, you know, this administration wants to gut NASA, and yes, that's bad too. The funding, this fiscal year 2025 funding for NASA is stupid. Gutting the science budget is dumb. That is really stupid. I don't know why you would do that. I don't know why that's smart. It's not. That's the joke. Or that's the thing. It's not. But also, let's not sit here and pretend like this hasn't been happening over the last 4 years. JPL had like 1,000 people laid off in like 2023. You know, Viper got canceled. Chandra got canceled. This was happening before Sean Duffy ever got near NASA. All right? It's not okay then. And guess what? It's not okay now. So, well, I do appreciate Sean Duffy going to bat for NASA. I really appreciate it. I really do, man. It's great. How are you going to back this up? How are you going to back it up? What are you going to do? Dudes, we got 4 years. We got 4 years to beat the Chinese back to the moon. We have a rocket that kind of gets astronauts near the moon. A lander that, well, I mean, personally, with SpaceX's funding rounds, I think they're going to do it. I don't think Starship HLS will be the long lead. I really don't. Really don't think so. I think SpaceX is working on HLS a lot in the background, and we don't see it because it's not at Starbase. All the subcomponents. Think about it. You know, it's not just building a Starship. It's building all the stuff inside of it. Airlocks, chairs, consoles, life support systems. That's not stuff you're going to see at Starbase. Right? Think about it. So, I don't think that the lander is necessarily going to be the long lead item. I think Axiom with the suits needs to pull their head out of their tail and get that done, which is, I mean, they're working on it too. But look, at the end of the day, you're not going to do this. You're not going to do this by gutting NASA's funding. Like, you're not going to. I guess my thing is with Sean Duffy, that's awesome that the president wants to send people back to the moon by the end of his term. That's by the end of this term. That's great. Good. Excellent. That's the type of bold goal we need. Okay, now you need to back this up with cash from the House and the Senate. How are we doing this? How are we doing that? You need money to do this. All right? Even if it's refactoring SLS or, you know, like making an expendable version of Starship that has an upper stage on it to do in-flight refueling, or, you know, putting your Blue Moon lander inside of a Starship and then refueling that and sending that all out to the moon or something, and then sending an Orion out there. All right? You need cash to get this done. And NASA's budget is getting absolutely blanked, let's just say, for lack of a better word. So, Duffy's got he's got a lot of work to do. If he truly wants to do this, you got a lot of work to do. You got a lot of politicians to talk to. And, you know, like, once again, I give the guy credit. I give him credit. He's out there taking grenades in the trenches on Fox and, you know, doing NASA town halls and stuff. I do give him credit. But talk is cheap in space flight. You need the checkbook to back it up. How are you going to do that? And even if, you know, it gets better for fiscal year 2026, right? Even if we get a funding increase somehow, or a continuing resolution or something to get NASA the money that they need to push through to make like a lander or something, make their own lander, or get a better upper stage for SLS so NASA can do it by themselves, you know, and then have the commercial architecture back them up. Even if you wanted to do something like that, that's going to cost you. So how are you going to do that? Right? Narrative set the catalyst. That's a good point, Weiss. And I'm actually asking, it's kind of an open question to you guys. Look, man, you need money to do this. NASA is not NASA is not moneying right now. Let me put it that way. Fact is, the facilities created to eventually go to the moon are not focused like they were in the 60s. NASA as a whole is so fragmented and scattered that unless you force the workforce into working on the moon program, it will not happen. Okay. Question, what's the plan for suits during transit? Are they going for the Apollo style where they wear it when launched, or will they be in the lander or something? I don't know, Sea Kraken. This is things to wonder, because the suits are going to have to be in the landers, dude, because Orion doesn't have room for 4 extra suits. You know? You only see the things at Starbase when they're actually getting installed. My guess is that we might see that kind of hardware at Florida first. It's possible, Vert, sure. You need to appeal to people's egos to get anything done. Yeah. Losing the midterms would mean a funding increase. However, where the funding would go would be an issue. That's what I mean, Strick. You have to find a way to galvanize NASA through the political winds that happened through the midterms, right? And keep getting NASA the funding that they need to build out, to finish, basically defrag their current architecture to be more expedient, and also fund a lander, right? You want to get back to the moon, there's no guarantees you're doing it with Starship. I mean, it's possible, and maybe that's what he's banking on. It's possible that they're banking on just screw it, SpaceX, launch it until Artemis 3, and then SpaceX can just handle the rest, and the Chinese will plant one flag on the moon, and we'll have like 8 starships there ready, waiting for him, going, hey, you know, maybe that might be what he's planning. But if not, if you want to hedge your bets, and now this is a little bit what I would do in this position, I would give NASA the funding for a lander, for their own hypergolic 2-stage lander. A lot of people would not like that. I can see the Twitter posts now. Oh, EJ's such an idiot for doing this. Yeah, you're right, but you want to get back to the moon fast. Go with what works. Build another LEM. Straight up. Just saying. Work. One shot, right to the moon. Uprate SLS's EUS, right? Get it that 45 metric ton throw weight, right? With Orion. Orion plucks it in the EUS off, right? And then just, you know, you'd have to go down. I mean, you'd have to use the EUS to circularize in low lunar, which could be problematic. But I mean, managing cryogenic boil off with an exploration upper stage could be done. Sun Shield could do it. A Sun Shield inside of the universal stage adapter could be a good start for that. You know, it's possible. Orion should be able to get out. It should have the delta V to get out of low lunar. It should be able to do it. It wouldn't be able to circularize though. If the EUS is used to circularize, Orion should have enough to get home. With the SPS. So basically, definitely needs to be a core level. He doesn't need to be a core level. He needs a core level. We should be seeing stuff soon. What's that job posting, Phil? Mechanical engineer, cabin structures, crewed starship. Last, please. The comments from Jared are pertinent. All right, we'll listen. But, yeah, dudes, it's... Like I said, man, even through all the political turmoil, even through everything, I like that idea. I like the idea of going back to the moon, and I like the idea of beating the Chinese. Talk is cheap. Do it. Sean, you know, I'm pumped that he's gung-ho on going back to the moon. I'm pumped on that. That's great, man. Excellent. Freaking do it. That's not easy. You got 4 years. The clock is ticking. Do you think there's much point in going back to the moon quickly with Apollo-like architecture? No. No, not at all. To me, it seems like putting more work into a better architecture is more important. But no, we already arguably are with Artemis, with HLS. But HLS is a semi-truck that gets you to the lunar surface. That's not necessarily what we're going to need all the time. So consider this. It might be a good idea to make a 4-person lander for the moon. Just a 4-person simple hypergolic expendable lander. Basically, the LEM, a little bit bigger LEM that's capable of moving 4 people to the surface instead of 2. That might be a good idea. Sometimes, dude, just because you own a semi-truck doesn't mean you're going to go grocery shopping in a semi, right? That doesn't make any sense. You'd take a smaller car, right? You're not always going to need to land 100 tons on the surface. You don't always need to land a Starship, right? And now hear me out. In the short term, it doesn't seem like that good of an idea, right? But also, well, A, that's the quickest way. Hypergolic lander is the quickest way. Now, once again, flip side of that, not very sustainable. They're expendable. It's an expendable lander. You could probably reuse the ascent module. I wouldn't if I was going to do it. If I had control over NASA, I would have a 2-stage LEM, and it would be expendable, just expended. Work on reusability later. And therein lies where you could go with this. Maybe swap the descent stage for this lander that you have good landing data on. Make the descent stage Methalox or something. Or Hydrolox, something. I don't know. And then from there, you could switch your ascent module eventually. You know? You could eventually do this. The point is having data about lunar landings in this millennia would be nice. And sometimes you don't always need to send 100 tons to the surface. Or I think Blue Moon Mark II is going to send a lot more than that. Sometimes you don't need to do that. Having a quick and expedient way to the moon, despite not being very sustainable, would probably be a good idea. What if something goes wrong out on the moon? You need to send somebody out there. You need to send something out there. We're just going to refuel a thing 1,000 freaking times? You know, where the Artemis program is about being sustainable. It probably is always better to have that proverbial lifeboat, so to speak. SpaceX scrubbed. Yeah, I know, Shaw, I know. Here's a mission mode idea. How would you run Artemis? I would not do that in mission mode, Nova. I would just do a save showing what I would do with the architecture. Propane is a clean burning, reliable rocket fuel. Yeah, you're not wrong. What do you think of these modern lunar lander designs with narrow landing gear? I think we should do what we've done in the past because it works. In my opinion, SpaceX has all the technology for HLS. It's just waiting for Starship to make it to orbit. Correct. That's the truth, Enzo. Yes. Do you think that SpaceX would ever sell their engines to NASA? No. I think they would sell an entire Starship, though. I think eventually SpaceX would get to a point where they would sell NASA an entire Starship stack and launch pad in the same way that NASA bought a 747 to move the shuttle around, or the same way that NASA would buy an F-18 to do their own supersonic research or something. I think that should replace Orion. Eventually, just buy it. Just buy it wholesale. You don't see the government trying to make trucks. If they need a truck, they go to Ford and they buy an F-150. Just saying. Or how NASA got an F-15. Yeah, I've sat in it. It's pretty good. F-15 serial number 3. Old plane. I can't fit in it. My knees touch the MFD. Sorry for the long as frick question. I use every available character. What do you think of these modern lunar lander designs with narrow landing gear? It seems to be a theme on both manned and unmanned landers. I think we should go with what we know, Dan. Personally. Can't wait until NASA does that. Operating is the name of the game. Correct. Do you think that space... Yeah, okay. Last... So yeah, Binno, I don't think there's much point in doing... It doesn't seem like there's much point in doing it just to win, but one could make the argument, you could make the argument that a 2-stage hypergolic lander, basically a copy of the LEM, provided that you can uprate SLS to be able to get Orion and the LEM into low lunar, could be useful from a safety perspective, just in case. It's always good to have something teed up, right? You're not going to need to land 100 tons every time. And sometimes you might need to go fast to get to the moon. I would argue that doing it that way would be better in the long run. Have SpaceX basically put the base down on the surface and then just keep sending the 2-stage one. Great. I mean, descent modules are all fine and dandy. You have a bunch of descent modules there. You just take them apart. Take them apart and use them for other things. Use them as a power plant, right? Put solar panels on the damn thing or something. You'll have a bunch of descent stages there, just like the Apollo program. All right, make those into a base. Put hab modules on them. Do something. It's possible. But the flip side of that is that by the time you get that architecture all figured out and you have a way to go to the moon, starships should be reliably running. So what's the point? Why? Jim said that Starship is a great piece of equipment. In that Senate testimony meeting, he said Starship is a great piece of equipment, but it's going to be a great piece of equipment well after the Chinese have landed on the moon. I think he's got a point, but also at the same time, if the Chinese land on the moon first, so be it. The politicians are like, oh, if they land first, it's going to be their moon, blah, 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 blah. Well, first of all, we landed first. By that logic, it's our moon. Nobody owns the moon. Outer Space Treaty, I get it, right? But here's the thing. They're going to have their 2-stage lander that gets them down to the surface, right? It's basically very similar to the LEM, right? And they can land a couple people down there and stay a couple hours, plant a flag, etc., right? Will they be able to keep up that launch cadence? Seriously, will they be able to ramp up Long March 10? They got to know. But will they be able to? Look, man, China's a pretty damn robust industrially. They're pretty freaking good. They have a pretty damn good industrial base. But scaling up rockets is not easy. I don't care who does it. It's not easy. Look at the problems that ULA has had with it. Scaling up Vulcan. They're way late with that thing. Even SpaceX with Starship, they're having trouble. Like, it's hard to do. It's hard to scale up like this. Very difficult. Why would the Chinese be any different? They don't know how to do this. Remember? It's going to take some time. Like, they plan on landing in the 2030s, and I think they will. Absolutely. I think they absolutely will. They'll probably be pretty damn successful at it. Right? But honestly, I wish them all the best, to be 100% honest with you. Yeah, sure. Dude, I don't want anybody to die up there. That's dumb. That's what we hope. Oh, I hope they fail. Yeah, that's what losers do. We don't do that, right? We don't do that here. But they're gonna have that, and say they do ramp up, and they ramp up to 2, maybe 1 to 2 launches a year. That's great. That's great. If that's their best case scenario. Our best case scenario is that Starship launches every at least on the frequency of Falcon 9. That means a Starship's basically going out to the moon every month. That's 1,200 tons to the surface of the moon in the early 2030s. 1,200 tons. The Chinese will have a couple of flags planted on the moon, and we'll have an entire city. Just saying. Like, everybody's getting up in arms. Okay, if they land first, so what? Soviets launched something into orbit first. You know what the screwed up part about that is, dudes? Not a lot of people know this. You know what the screwed up part about Sputnik in November of 57? The thing that started the space race? The screwed up part of that is that we had the tech to send something into orbit. We had it basically since 1945. We lifted it from the Germans. So did the Soviets, right? And we took all the scientists too, right? The Russians got most of the hardware. We got most of the quote-unquote software. We got the engineers. They got the missiles, right? We lifted a couple here and there from France, but the Russians got the factory where the missiles were made, right? just in case anybody was wondering. We had the tech. We had the tech to send something into orbit. We could have done it in the 50s. We didn't. We could have done it in the late 40s if we really wanted to. If we took it seriously. Easily. I mean, we absolutely could have. We didn't take it seriously. Von Braun went on the Disney Channel, the Disney Hour, with Walt Disney talking about why we need to take space seriously and how we should be going to the moon. He did that in the 50s. There's a famous presentation of him with Walt Disney talking about lunar architectures, where Von Braun basically has the design for the entire Saturn V thought up. It looks a little bit weird, and it's also a space plane, which is super freaking cool, but you get the idea, right? The screwed up part about how the space race and how NASA itself got started is that we had the tech to get something into orbit, we just didn't do it. And look how that ended. That ended pretty good. So let him go. If we're not first, so what? So what, dude? You're great. You planted a bunch of flags on the moon. We did that 56 years ago. And now we have a city. Like, there's no way we're not going to defeat them industrially in the long run with our space program. Because you're not going to be, we said it ourselves, you're not going to sustain any type of lunar base when you have the capability of putting 2 people on the surface and that's it. We know, because that's what happened 56 years ago. I'm just saying. I mean, I'm hyped that we want to race, but honestly, dude, even if the Artemis architecture goes through and it goes through exactly how Jim envisioned in that, in that Senate confirmation where we work on Gateway and we get Gateway working and we could use that as a stepping stone to the moon. And then, they have Blue Moon and Starship landing on the moon all the time. That's way more sustainable than doing LOR, EOR, that's way more sustainable than doing 2-launch lunar orbit rendezvous, which is, from my understanding, that's what the Chinese are trying to do. I thought they were doing 3-launch EOR, 3-launch Earth orbit rendezvous, which means launch 3 rockets, a transfer stage, a lander, and a capsule, and then in low Earth orbit, and then send it. They seem to be opting for 2-launch lunar orbit rendezvous. So that's 2 Falcon Heavy akin launch vehicles. One of them launches the lander. The other one launches the capsule. Capsule and the lander rendezvous in lunar orbit. And then they go down to the moon, come back up, get in the capsule, come home. That's 2-launch LOR. Saturn V was a single launch lunar orbit rendezvous architecture. From what I understand, that's what they're doing. I'd have to look at their architecture more. But that's not... That ain't very sustainable. First of all, your lander's expendable. Ours, a Starship HLS is not. Neither is Blue Moon Mark II. Like I said, by the time they ramp up 2-launch EOR to land multiple times a year, we'll have a city on the moon. Industrial scaling, while China is quite good at it, there's still some hurdles to overcome here, because you haven't put people on the moon. And I'm not saying that they won't do it. Oh, they'll do it. You'd be stupid to think that they won't. So I think it probably would be wise at this point to just work on layering out your lunar architecture to build a city, because let them land first. Who cares? I mean, I'd like to beat them. That would be great. Let them land first. They're going to land, and then a Starship's going to land right next to him, and then another one's going to land right next to him. And that's going to have Cybertrucks and Optimus robots in there. We can have the Optimus robot run over and kick their flag over or something. I don't know. I don't know, dude. Is that a Duke Euphoria raid? Oh, yes, it is. What's up, man? To be honest, I think the way that saw the biggest issues being pointed out Artemis with the least changes is a long-term storable emergency Earth return craft, simple overbuilt pod to handle a large variety of returns. No recycling, weak at consumables, single stage in a storage container with a boarding tunnel, making Shirt sleeves escape suboptimal but survivable. Okay. Me waking up to 6 days to get to Gateway a moot point because you can't pull the handles and go home. I hate that architecture. Aqualux. That's my big thing, dude. Orion not being able to get to low lunar and using the gateway is a huge cutout in your abort scenarios, and I think that's insanely stupid to do that like that, personally. Is your position that China can't ramp up rapidly both their tech level and their manufacturing? Haven't they been doing both impressively? Did you not just listen to what I said, BD? How are you going to ramp up in something that you don't know how to do? They don't know how to land people on the moon. They got to figure it out, and they will figure it out. And that's fine. But say they land in 2029. They're not going to do 2 lunar missions in 2029. Maybe again in 2030. You have to ramp up. Even with China, as fast as they're going, it's still going to take time. You know how I know? Because it took us time too. And I'm not saying that China's going to be like, the US took time, so we're going to take time too. No. That's just physics. And I'm sorry, man. Some people probably won't like this, but I don't think China is as industrially adept as the 1960s United States was. That's ridiculous. Dude, in the 60s, we were truly the masters of our domain. And I'm not saying that we aren't now, and I'm not saying that this isn't to disparage China. I'm saying that physics is the problem here. It doesn't matter how big your industrial scale is. You still have some huge unknowns to overcome. They'll get it. They're not stupid. Do you understand what I'm saying? They'll get it, but it's going to take some time for them to ramp. Because even Uncle Sam in the 1960s with a blank check with all of the US's industrial might, it still took time to scale up the Saturn V, and that's fine. I don't understand how this could possibly get misconstrued into anything else. They've been ramping up. I'm just catching up with the YouTube chat. Matt, Jim also said he wouldn't have chosen Starship for HLS. What do you think he would have done instead? Ha! He didn't really have a choice. You couldn't have chosen anybody else. The national team and Dynetics landers were way too high. Their bids were way too high. The project would have never have gotten the funding. Starship was the only one that bid in a way that the congressional funding allowed for. So it's really easy for Jim to say in hindsight that he wouldn't have chosen Starship for HLS had he been the administrator. But also at the same time, you could not have chosen anything else because the budgets for them were way too high. The national team bid at $5.6 billion. Dynetics was 3 to 4 or something. SpaceX bid $2 million. That was the only one that got the right amount of funding. That was the only one within NASA's, purse strings, so to speak. So I'd be really interested to see what he would have done there. Possibly daft question. Does it matter if China lands some chums on the moon? Yay for people landing on the moon. Personally, I don't care. But U.S. politicians do seem to want to beat them back. And what I've been saying is that so what? So what if... All right. Brother, we got Starship waiting in the wings, dude. And by 2030, where's the Starship? Look at... It's 2025 right now. Where was the Starship program 5 years ago? 5 years ago, it was some guys TIG welding together stainless steel in a field. Where is it going to be in 5 years, dudes? Keep in mind, SpaceX increases because of iterative design. They increase at an exponential rate. Starship has already launched 10 times, with the first launch in 2023. China doesn't need to ramp up. They just steal tech and Timo it. Let everybody else do the real work. They're going to have to do it with their lander, Nader. I disagree. I think China's very close to us in terms of industrial power. They're going to land first or not and ramp the hell out of it. Why does everybody do this? I don't understand. You guys aren't making any sense. You're not making any sense. You're not. How can you ramp up industrially for something that we don't even know how to do anymore? What, are they going to steal the LEM's design? There's still a technical challenge there, guys. Yeah, weather guy, like I said, that might be a good thing if they make it. I mean, Sputnik, the Soviets beat us into orbit. It's not that we couldn't have done it. It's that we didn't choose to. And then we chose to. And look how that ended. Just saying, could be a good thing. Just putting it out there. You'd be on the moon by now if the FAA was out of the picture. Like, what are they going to do, fellas? Are they going to copy the LEM? This is an unknown unknown. China has nothing to look to. You're not looking to the LEM. You're not looking to Apollo's architecture. You're not doing any of that. You got to figure this out. Not something they're very adept at doing thus far. Don't get me wrong. Now that they're in the scenario, they'll probably get it done fast. Right? But also at the same time, there's a lot of unknown unknowns for their mission. Ooh, that would be cool. A proper rebuild of a 1970 Saturn V. Oh, dude, I'd be in on that, dude. I think, just on a quick side note, I think you could. You could rebuild that sucker. I think if you rebuilt Saturn V, modern materials, modern manufacturing, you could really bring that price down to the point where it would actually make economic sense for super heavy throw capability, like building a gigantic rocket. Because at this point, a Saturn V is a big, dumb rocket. It's not going to be expensive to get that thing to fly correctly. It's not like we have people sewing the damn rope memory together, right? Actually, they're not sewing it. It was made on a loom. The same thing that you'd use to make a shirt, if you really want to know. You could. One could, yeah, I think you can make the argument that you could do that. You could get away with that pretty easily. Yeah, Moist, that's true. The little old lady method, yep. Once again, fellas, they're going to make it, and they're going to make it a lot, but it's going to take time to ramp. And that time to ramp, SpaceX is also ramping. Look, Starship is, like, I would be, let me put it to you like this. I would be very worried if we didn't have something like Starbase. I'd be very worried. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'd be very worried. I'm not worried because SpaceX, even if they don't make it, everyone's like, oh, Starship isn't going to be ready in time. Starship's going to be ready. Dude, did you see the money that SpaceX threw around today? That's why I led with that article. SpaceX bought 50 megahertz of S-band frequency license to operate direct-to-cell satellites. And they're going to use Starship to launch Starlink V3s for a Starlink direct-to-cell network that is a undershell under the main Starlink network, so people can use existing cell phone hardware to have 5 bars anywhere in the world uninterrupted as long as you have line of sight. SpaceX, a very conservative estimate, like if you kind of estimate very conservatively, SpaceX is pulling in $8 billion in just Starlink. Elon has said they're pulling in $15 billion a year on X. $15 billion a year. Now, what's to say that SpaceX is going to do that to beat China to the moon? No. You guys understand? You guys are understanding what I'm saying? China's going to take some time to ramp up, and they will get there, but they're not going to get there in the 2030s, right? It'll be slow, like the Apollo program, and then they'll put their foot on the gas. But by the time they're doing that, Starship's going to be good to go, dudes. We'll have refueling architecture. Blue Moon Mark II might even be ready to go. We'll have refueling architecture. 100 tons. We could launch 100 tons to the moon every month. There's no way in hell they're scaling to that amount of payload to the lunar surface by the 2030s. That's the point that I'm trying to make. Does that make more sense? That was Ship 31, Farm. There's not a chance. I'm sorry, it's not going to happen. China's going to scale up, but so is SpaceX. That is a lot of kerosene. Starship uses methane. What stage? Just the Starship second stage, Ship 31. It was from flight 7? Or no, flight 6. Joke's on you. I don't know how to scale. Are you Chinese, Weiss? Hey, Dave Rocket. What's up, man? 101 monthly sub. Like the new background loops? Thank you. Thank you. No, I'm American. All right. Well, we're screwed then. All right. Let's pack it in. I'll feel much better when SpaceX pins down on-orbit refueling. Right now, I have healthy skepticism. Brother, did you see the money they're throwing around? There's no way they ain't getting this. There's not a chance, dude. There's no way they're not gonna make it. Like, SpaceX is gonna have more money than their annual budget is going to be bigger than NASA by next year. By next year. What are you playing tonight? It's already late, dudes. So here's what screwed me. I was trying to keep Space News going until the new Centaur Lima launch and then switching to After Hours, and it kept pushing. So now we're at 10 for Space News, and do we switch to After Hours, or do we just call it and then start another stream tomorrow? How part of the Earth to Mars launch windows? Every 26 months. When is SpaceX supposed to launch to Mars? Launch to Mars meant to happen? About a year from now, Voodoo. You didn't race on Friday, just saying. How is that applicable? Stationeer server is up to date. You know what? Let's pop into the Stationeer server. I'm in. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed the Space News. That last part was kind of more of an op-ed from me than anything, based off of Eric's op-ed that he reported as an article. Sorry, Eric. I gotta give you crap, dude. I'm sorry. It's fun. Should dish it right back, though. Anyway. First time logging in all day. Jump scare. Anything fun happened today? SpaceX just consolidated the market on direct-to-cell spectrum licenses. Yeah, they bought out 50 megahertz of S-band spectrum licenses for Starlink direct-to-cell satellites. The V3 satellites are just... The V3 Starlinks that Starship is going to launch, Fluffy, are not just a bigger satellite. It is a satellite that will be able to give you 5 bars of cell service anywhere in the world. No more cell towers, no more dead zones. So yeah, did anything interesting happen? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. SpaceX has that Chad J Thunder rocket energy going on. For data or for calls? For anything, Geeson. Anything. Just 5G. 5G anywhere in the world, no dead zones, no cell towers needed. And Fluffy, the point that I was trying to make when you pop back in is that China is going to scale. It's going to take them time to scale for their lunar program, and we may not beat them back to the moon, but SpaceX is also scaling. SpaceX, even with their complicated architecture, if we're taking into account that, you know, a Starship launches even on Falcon 9's frequency, that's basically moving 100 tons to the moon every month, give or take, with SpaceX's complicated architecture. You know, the 16 flights of refueling. That's basically one HLS to the moon every month. So that's 1,200 tons a year. China's not hitting that scale in the 2030s. They're not. Maybe by the end of the 2030s. Maybe. Not a chance. Sorry, it's not. That's not a thing. And once again, this isn't to be disparaging. I'm not trying to talk bad about China. I want them to succeed. That would be great. More people on the moon isn't a bad thing, okay? Good. Good for you. We did that already. Let's do the next hard thing, all right? We already did that hard thing. 5G even on the poles? They didn't get into that particular type of detail, Buzz, but it's possible. They said 360-kilometer altitude, but they didn't specify inclination. If Starship is launching it, my guess would be maybe not at the poles, but there's nothing saying that a Starship couldn't launch out of 39A at the Cape, get into a polar orbit, and do a polar once. Holy sh... Fellas, can somebody look into this for me? Starship could do a dogleg polar trajectory out of the Cape, do a once around, and land in Texas. That lines up with orbital shift. It very much lines up. Maybe. Starship would need a lot of cross-range capability to do that, because it would come down basically in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico after one orbit. So maybe it does 2 orbits. Wait, why does it need to do a once around like the shuttle? It doesn't even need to. It just stay there. Just stay there until the landing site gets back over. Huh. We did see the S turns. Dude, I love that thing so much. It makes me so happy. I'm turning into a pretty bad Starship fanboy. But dude, how can you deny it? Like, how can you deny the hardware? Like, look at this thing. The thing is insane. It's absolutely crazy. Hellfish, we can look over the rest of that meeting tomorrow for Space News. Yeah. I want to see what Jared Isaacman has to say about his tenure as NASA administrator. Hopefully Taito's doing better. He's doing all right, dude. We had a little bit of a weird day today, but yeah, he's fine. Damn, dude. They would need at least 2 orbits for a quick return. They could do it. It's doable. All right. Anyway, let's go to Mars in Stationeers. I hope you guys enjoyed this Space and Rocket review. There will be another one tomorrow. But now we're going to go into after hours. We're going to play some Stationeers for a little bit. And yeah, see how the community server is doing. On YouTube, there will be a brief pause in transmission here. On Twitch, don't go anywhere. Just give me 2 seconds. I just got to swap everything out. Jog the YouTube VOD. Then we should be good to go. I'll see you guys in a second. Thank you very much for watching.